4-ounce smoking bones out there for Eagle. Under 1 minute to play, folks. Make some noise. Under 30 seconds to play. Sugar Skulls with 100 points.
Tron gets through, gets some points, taps her hips to call up the jam.
Evil Jammer was named as lead jammer. First one through the pack without incurring any penalties is the lead jammer.
versus the GTA Roller Girls G-Stars. This is game 7 of our 10-bout tournament. Our second bout today is going to be at 11 a.m. That is game 8 between Sister Slag and Nord Wildcards. The winner of this game at 9 a.m. is going to be going on to the finals at 3 p.m. The winner of game 8 will be going on to the semifinals at 1 p.m. for game number 9. So we have 4 bouts today, 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. We got 4 teams: Misfit Militia, G-Stars, Sister Slag, and Wildcards. We're going to see them all mixed up. We do have the concourse open with plenty of great sponsors and vendors up there. Make sure you check them out. Our sponsors have all generously donated prizes for our raffle draw. So make sure you go check out the raffle booth next to the Border City Brawlers merchandise table. It is 1 ticket for $2, 3 for $5. And I know there are 2 28-inch TVs up for the raffle, plus lots of other great goodies, all donated by our vendors that you see on the concourse. So check it out, and good luck to everyone on that. And as always, you can, if you have to leave early, you can watch this roller derby tournament live and for free on CanuckDerbyTV.com. So tell your friends if they can't make it, give them a text, talk to them on Facebook, tell them they can watch this tournament online. They don't have to leave the comfort of their own home. But if they choose to, tell them, come on down. We still got 4 bouts. Our first bout going to start in just a few minutes.
Check, check.
Mic check.
Mic
We're
check.
doing good.
Little louder. Little louder on the mic, please. Check, check. How's it going, Victor? How you feeling this morning? How's my mic sound? Oh, that's much better.
But can I compare? Yes. About the same.
Goff of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
We are back to the action here at the WFCU Center for our first bout in the morning. It is a nice and early, what was supposed to be a 9 a.m. game. It was a bit of a delay. Definitely rather have a delay, make sure that everyone's going to be safe, and we're going to have a full reffing crew. It looks like we're about to get started. Misfit Militia already on the track. G-Stars trying to get their players lined up and ready with their first jam team.
Randy Rowland's going to wear the star first jam out. And for the G-Stars, So Fear Me. Five seconds has been called, and there's the whistle. First jam is underway. Randy Rowland steps through the pack, scores lead jammer. So Fear Me still fighting to get through.
So Fear Me trying to fight her way past those last two blockers. Meanwhile, Randy Rowland goes around for a 5-point natural grand slam. It does look like we are going to have our first player in the penalty box.
And our first power jam of the day. That's So Fear Me heading to the penalty box.
Major forearm. So Fear Me getting put into the box for a major forearm. That's going to give Randy Rowland an opportunity to earn a couple points on a power jam here and command an early lead for the Misfit Militia. Randy Rowland scooting through that pack again at turn 3, picks up a 5-point grand slam.
Only 3 blockers out there. May Killa also in the box for the G-Stars.
Randy Rowland barely a scratch on her as she moves her way through the pack at turn 4, picking up another 5 points for the Misfit Militia.
Some more fancy footwork puts Randy Rowland through the pack one more time. She scored nothing but grand slams all jam.
Also some fantastic offense by number 111 Santa Muerte, just moving those blockers right off of the inside line so Randy Rowland can scoot by. So Randy Rowland sees So Fear Me standing in the box and is going to call it off.
Which means Jam 2 is going to start with only one jammer. And that will be Smolacola.
Destroy her trying to play a little bit of offense there off the line. Didn't seem to pan out, but Smolacola did manage to break through the wall on her own. Meanwhile, So Fear Me released from the box, still having a hard time behind that Misfit Militia wall.
May Killa is out of the box, but we have 2 more players heading to the box. So we're looking at 3-on-3 defensively. So Fear Me is going back to the box, as is Newfie Bullet. That is a full G-Stars penalty box.
That's exactly what Smolacola wanted. This is only going to make her have to face off against 2 G-Stars blockers to get around and score her points. Only 1 remaining to get past. She does get past and is going to rack up a 5-point grand slam for the Misfit Militia. Fantastic maneuver by Misfit Militia, managing to knock out one of the G-Stars, taking her all the way back, moving the pack backwards, creating an OPEC situation. Leeway Reckham couldn't even touch Smolacola as she came around.
Rennie Rumble heads to the box. just as Destroyer comes out.
And that John B. Sitter penalty box is full of G-Stars right now. Looks like number 26, Zombabe, is going to be on the line for the Misfit Militia. She is going to start unopposed since Sophie Ermi is still in the box for the G-Stars.
Heading into the third jam, the score is 53-0 for the Misfit Militia, exhibiting excellent offense and defensive.
Looks like the G-Stars are going to execute another star pass. This is certainly one of their favorite moves. I've seen them pull it countless times. Sophie Ermi does seem to pass off the panty quite frequently. Looks like the recipient was Jill Farrell. Let's see if she can have a better chance getting through the pack.
Newfie Bullet almost making it through the pack, being forced to the outside and having to come back from the very back of the pack again. And we are on a G-Star Power Jam right now. Smoke-a-Cola is in the penalty box. And we have a reversal of power jams. As Newfie Bullet is sent to the box, Zombabe is released.
Zombabe manages to fight her way past the G-Stars blockers, and she is going to go around for a 5-point grand slam.
20 seconds to score as many more points as she can, unopposed by another jammer.
Oh, but a big hit by number 13, May Killa. Unfortunately, it was an illegal hit. She gets sent to the John B. Sitter penalty box. Zombabe manages to fight her way through for another 5-point grand slam.
Saved by the bell. Zombabe calls off the jam just as time runs out on the jam.
It's a good thing that she didn't successfully call it off, because she was actually not lead jammer since she did start in the penalty box.
And that would be a plus. Now we have a jam starting with both jammers out there. Randy Rowland for the Misfit Militia and Jill Farrell for the G-Stars.
Bit of jammer on jammer action right off the line as Randy Rowland lays a hit on Jill Farrell. Doesn't seem to do very much, but still a little bit of aggression can distract her. Randy Rowland does get out of the pack first at turn 2, and she will be the lead jammer for the Misfit Militia. Meanwhile, Misfit Militia's blocker, Destroyer, is going to go join some G-Stars in the John B. Sitter penalty box.
And we have a natural grand slam.
Soon to be more grand slams as Jill Farrell from the G-Stars heads off to the box, leaving Randy Rowland unopposed on the track.
Having only 2 blockers for the G-Stars, they're going to have to focus on defense if they're going to hold Randy Rowland from scoring.
Certainly not a good situation for the G-Stars. Only 2 blockers out there trying to hold back one incredibly fast, incredibly agile jammer.
Well, here comes some relief.
As it looks like May Killa is on her way back in. However, Ginger Fitus is going to be sent off to take her place in the box.
And we have a reversal. It is now 3-2 defensively in favor of the G-Stars. Should help them kill this power jam.
Leeway Reckham does manage to draw a cut on Randy Rowland. This is going to give them a much-needed chance to have a jammer back on the track without an opposing jammer. Hopefully give them a chance to close that lead gap. Looks like it's 86 for Misfit Militia, 2 for the G-Stars right now.
And Jam 5 looks like it'll be a good chance for the G-Stars to pick up some points. As Jill is not on a scoring pass, she has 3 seconds to get around the track.
It looks like the Misfit Militia is going to have a full box here. One of them getting sent out for a low block, the other one being sent out for a failure to reform. However, their jammer has been released from the box, so Smoke-A-Cola is going to take her place on the line for the Misfit Militia up against Holly de Havilland. It's her first time jamming for the G-Stars today.
She was a big scorer for the G-Stars yesterday, so hopefully she's feeling good and she's ready to put some points on the board for the G-Stars because they could use it right now. Score now is 2-86. We're only 10 minutes into play in the first half of this game.
Holly tries to fight her way through and does fall, but manages to recover, and she gets around, and she is lead jammer. I believe that's the first time that G-Stars have earned lead jammer this game.
And some penalty problems for the Misfit Militia. They fielded a jammer when they had a jammer in the box. That's going to result in an extra penalty.
It almost worked. They almost pull it off. Even I thought that it was fine.
That is why we have so many zebras out there, our referee staff, to keep an eye on all possible issues and problems that could go on.
Mad Megs for the Misfit Militia is going to be sent out on a major backblock call, but Holly de Havilland is going to join her for what appears to be a major cut.
So again, a reversal of power jams.
Misfit Militia's jammer actually released from the box this time. That's Brandy Rowland hopping around the front of the pack. Gets out and is going to score 5 points. That's a grand slam for the Misfit Militia.
3-on-3 defensively. Randy Rowland steps to the inside, scores another grand slam. Five more points go on the board, and I believe that the Misfit Militia is about to hit 3 digits.
And that 5-point grand slam there is going to push them over the century mark, bringing Misfit Militia score to 101 to the G-Stars 2. Meanwhile, Randy Rowland scores another 5-point grand slam, so that's going to make the score 106 to 2.
She is a slippery jammer. Defensively, it is 2-on-4, and Randy is stepping past the 4 blockers opposing her and calls off that jam. Score now 2-115 for the Misfit Militia.
You know, it's interesting that they managed to let her call it off, considering that Holly de Havilland actually got lead on that one.
She started in the box, didn't she?
That is true. Holly managed to get out and get lead and then was sent to the box on her own. However, that should have negated the ability for the other jammer to acquire lead.
Well, we now see Michael Bublé is out on the track, and perhaps that is what he's asking the referees right now for clarification.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see what comes out of that. This official timeout has been brought to you by some of our sponsors. We got Canuck Derby TV here today, and they're going to be streaming live all day. You can take a look at it on CanuckDerbyTV.com. Free HD screening. Is there anywhere else that you can get that?
That's fantastic. Like everywhere else, you got to sign up. You have to have a membership. But Canuck Derby TV, you can catch any bouts that they're about casting for absolutely free in high definition. Get your crew together. Watch the game from wherever you are.
And that's right. Get out there, tell your friends, tell your family that even if they can't be here in the WFCU Center, which they should be, we're going to be here all day. They got plenty of time to stop on down. They can watch everything, all the action streaming for free on Canuck Derby TV.
And if you're getting ready to leave the house on your way down here this morning, if you're in the area, you might as well tune into 95.9 Country FM or The Rock 100.7, both sponsors, both great radio stations.
We also want to thank some of our other sponsors, Country 95.9 and the Rock 100.7. Also, Gus Ravenberg, that's at 10080 Tecumseh Road East in Windsor. They actually brought a Kia up to the concourse that you can check out. It's a pretty nifty little vehicle. But we also have this one behind us. It's from Rose City Ford. It's a 2013 Ford F-250 Super Cab.
I was sitting in this truck yesterday. This is a nice vehicle.
It's definitely the best announcer booth that I've gotten to sit in. A couple other sponsors. We got Red Bull, giving all of our players wings. I think they're definitely giving some wings to the Misfit Militia today with the way that they've been racking up their points.
Might be a bit early, but maybe it's residual Red Bull from yesterday. Or maybe, maybe they woke in Red Bull.
No,
I'm not sure if that's a thing anymore, but it should be. We also have Luna Local 625 and CAW Local 444, both Windsor locals here, support the Windsor Roller Derby, which is a great thing. We also have the Pure Water brand sponsors and Erie Accent Pools.
We do appreciate all the sponsors helping us put this on. This is actually Windsor's first tournament, and they're doing a fantastic job of it. I know I had all sorts of fun yesterday. How'd you feel about the action yesterday?
I felt there was a lot more evenly matched games yesterday, because usually in a tournament you can find some uneven matches and you have to wait for day two before you really get everything sifted through. But all the games yesterday were very entertaining, very good to watch. And hopefully that continues today.
I think the only runaway that we had yesterday was, again, from the Misfit Militia when they took on Sister Slag yesterday at 11 a.m. It was, I believe, a 400-point game.
Yes, and it was entertaining to see those girls work. And hopefully the other team got to learn a whole lot. And hopefully we can see some more competition for them today.
Well, we're certainly going to see Sister Slag have a bit more competition today as they face off against Nord at 11 o'clock. Make some noise, Nord. I see you over there. And they faced off at our 9 a.m. bout yesterday, so it's going to be a little bit of a rematch today on day two of our tournament.
Do we have any of the Slag in the crew? Any Slag here yet? Not yet. So we got some early risers. Hopefully that helps them, gets them more into the game, more in tune, ready to take on the Slag.
All right, it looks like our official review may be coming to a close. Let's see what they ended up talking about.
Here we see head ref Dr. Jekyll listening to the case as pleaded by G-Stars coach Mike Hall Bublé.
So it looks like our earlier thought was correct. That official timeout was in regard to the lead jammer call-off. There is not going to be a penalty, however, since the officials have said, nope, that was our bad, we do apologize. So Misfit Militia is going to go ahead and acquire those points. It's going to put them at 111-6. Call-off is going to stand. We're going to get two new lineups out here on the track.
We're approaching the halfway point of this first half, 18 minutes left. We're just waiting for the whistle to get us back underway now. It looks like everybody's set up and ready to go. And here it comes. Strong defensive edge. G-Stars, 4 blockers out. Only 2 for the Misfit Militias.
And that's Smoke-A-Cola out on the track, fighting her way past the last 3 G-Stars blockers. Oh, but having a hard time taking a couple hard hits. Meanwhile, Holly de Havilland has been released from the box. Some great recycling by Lee Ray Reckham up in the front, but it doesn't pay off. Smoke-A-Cola does get out of the pack and is your lead jammer for the Misfit Militia.
And Holly finds an inside line to get through that pack as well. She's going to begin her scoring pass.
Smoke-A-Cola going to call it off. Neither will score any points on that last pass. On the line now, we have Zombabe for the Misfit Militia facing off against Wretched Gretchen for the G-Stars.
And we're back to 5-on-5 derby. Both penalty boxes empty.
As the John B. Sitter penalty box is finally empty for the first time since that very first whistle was blown.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Wretched Gretchen trying some fancy footwork in the back, but it looks like Zombabe was able to break out first right at turn 2, and she's going to be your lead jammer.
Hitting that back wall slowed her up a bit. A couple side steps. And there comes the call. We got a low block called against the G-Stars. And a back block called against Zombabe on the same impact.
And that can't happen. One ref sees it one way, one ref sees it another. They both make a call, and just like that, you're going to have a power jam for the G-Stars. That's Wretched Gretchen out there, unopposed by another jammer. Now she only has the blockers in her way. She does manage to push them out of play. I think she pushed them out of play a little while ago, but they kept hanging on to her.
I was hearing the call for no pack.
You can hear the coach yelling at Gretchen, no, stay in the middle, because they are having a lot of trouble getting pushed to the inside and the outside every time they try and juke around.
And when you have a power player like Wretched Gretchen, she does have the ability to push all of these girls, as you can see here. She's just leaning on them and going to break a hole straight through.
I was waiting for that clockwise block call. It was getting a little bit suspicious there. Refs did finally manage to send one of the Misfit Militia out for a direction of gameplay call. Meanwhile, Zombabe free of the box now.
Just a few seconds left for Zombabe to put more points on the board. And Ginger Fightus heads to the box just as that jam was called to a close.
The G-Stars coach getting a little riled up there, yelling at the refs, saying that she did in fact cut. Let's see if the refs take his advice or not, but it doesn't appear as though they're going to, as another jam line does get out. And I don't believe what I'm seeing. I think the Misfit Militia just went up to the pivot line.
An interesting tactical move, trying to spread out the pack. But G-Stars followed right along, so no pack advantage gained.
That strategy doesn't end up paying off. Zombabe takes a couple hard hits. Is that Zombabe? I don't think that's Zombabe now that I said that.
That's right.
That's going to be Roland.
And Randy Rowland has scored lead jammer.
Meanwhile, Jill Farrell still having trouble with a Misfit Militia of her own. And I think she knew that she was going to get a penalty on that one for a cut. She was shaking her head before the ref even blew the whistle at her. She's going to go join her teammate Ginger Fightus in the John B. Sitter penalty box.
And that's going to make this a Misfit Militia power jam. Seeing a lot of those already in the first half of this game.
And we've already seen Randy Rowland on several power jams today, and she just takes full advantage of them and racks up tons and tons of point for the militia.
Randy breaks through again. One more player. Gingivitis trying to catch up, didn't quite make it there. She's going to have to rejoin the pack.
Ginger Fightus is going to get a failure to reform on that one, though. Either a failure to reform or a skating out of bounds. I'm not exactly sure which one they called her on. Either way, Ginger Fightus is heading to the penalty box.
As is Newfie Bullet. And Randy calls that jam with less than 10 seconds left on the power jam. But that's all they may need to have Smoke-A-Cola break through and score lead jammer. That is the strategic thinking of calling the jam before the other jammer is freed from her penalty. And Smoke-A-Cola will have 2 G-Stars to contend with, standing between her and lead jammer. Working together, they are making a bit of a nuisance for her.
Smoke-A-Cola does break out and get lead jammer. Meanwhile, Misfit Militia manages to bridge Jill Farrell all the way back to almost turn 4. She does have to enter behind every single one of those blockers. Meanwhile, Jill Farrell decides she's going to play a bit of defense against Smoke-A-Cola, try and prevent her from reaching her other blockers in the front. Doesn't end up working, and now Jill Farrell is fighting against some blockers of her own in the back of the pack, while Smoke-A-Cola goes around for a 5-point grand slam.
Jill opting to play defensively as she sees Smoke-A-Cola coming.
Switching to defense is a fantastic way to play as a jammer. It can confuse the other jammers. Sometimes it'll even confuse the opposing blockers to the point where they forget they're supposed to block you. You can manage to find a hole and sneak through when they're not paying attention.
However, Jill is heading to the box again. We now have another Misfit Militia power jam, and given the time on the clock, that will be 3 in a row for Jill Farrell once the next jam starts.
G-Stars just having all sorts of trouble with their penalties today. Looks like Dixie Recht is also about to go to the law office of John B. Sitter penalty box. And Newfie Bullet is going to be sent out on a low block. Looks like her skates got entangled with the jammers. Jammer managed to trip and fall, and that is going to destroy her relative position, making that a penalty.
Our ref staff today clearly picking up on a lot of misdemeanors, much to the joy of John B. Sitter.
Much to the joy of John B. Sitter, but I'm sure much not very appreciated by the G-Stars.
Especially the G-Stars, yes.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and call an official timeout. During that official timeout, we'll go ahead and check our score. Looks like it's 168 for the Misfit Militia to the G-Stars 14. I believe this is turning into another runaway game for the Misfit Militia, just like we saw yesterday when they played Sister Slag.
These girls are on their way to the championship game if they win this game right now.
If you folks at home want to see this action, if you hear some of your friends talking about it, saying, hey, there's some awesome stuff going on in Windsor, you can log on and see this for free at CanuckDerbyTV.com. Live HD free streaming of all the action happening here at the WFCU Center.
How are they going to find out? Well, you guys have your mobile devices. Get on Twitter, get on Facebook.
Send some smoke signals. Pony Express.
And if you're already watching, you can do the same thing. In fact, you guys can take pictures of yourself watching the game and post them, send them in to us at CanuckDerbyTV.com.
If you do want to send us some photos of you watching the game on Canuck Derby TV, go ahead and take a couple pictures, send them to CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. We'll go ahead and get them up online. You'll be able to see yourself up on your own TV screen. But if just seeing a picture of yourself up there isn't enough, you can see yourself in here in person at the WFCU Center. We're here all day today. Final game, championship game, is going to be at 3 p.m.
If you can make it down here by then, you might see one of these teams playing somebody from our next bout, which is going to be Sister Slag versus the Nords.
Correct. Nord versus Sister Slag. Grudge match rematch from yesterday. They started off the game with Sister Slag taking home a win over Nord. Nord did manage to stay in the game yesterday, beating out the Durham Derby Devils. So we're going to have a little bit of rematch action at 11 o'clock this morning.
Sister Slag played 3 games yesterday, and they hung on.
Incredible. They didn't seem to slow down at all either.
It's a lot of work for these girls to be doing. Come out in tournaments, playing 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 games.
All right, and back to the action here. Zombabe on the track for the Misfit Militia. She's facing off against Jill Farrell, recently released from the box. Juke's right around her, though, and is going to go through her scoring pass. Having a little bit of trouble at the front of the pack, but no pack is called. She breaks through for a grand slam. That's 5 big points going up on the board. Dixie Recht also released from the penalty box, and Jill Farrell taking a huge hit, still on her first pass.
Hopefully having that penalty box empty is going to help her out. We now have full 5-on-5 derby again.
That John B. Sitter penalty box is empty right now, but as we have seen this entire game, not sure how long it's going to stay empty for. It has been a very penalty-heavy game early in this first half. Zombabe fighting her way through, taking another hit from Jill Farrell, who I believe is still stuck on her initial pass, still not eligible to score points. Misfit Militia is going to send a blocker up there to play some O. Looks like Zombabe said, nope, I can handle this. Go ahead and block Jill Farrell.
Nancy Noir did jump up and fish back one of the players, helping to stretch that pack out.
It looks like Mad Magus is going to get sent off. Go hang out in the John B. Sitter penalty box for a little while. And Jill Farrell is going to join her after acquiring a major back block, followed closely by number 111.
Santa Muerte.
Santa Muerte, I believe she acquired a cut. Randy Rowland lining up for the Misfit Militia. She's going to end up on the line unopposed by a G-Stars jammer since Jill Farrell is still sitting in the box. She does have to face off against a 4-wall of G-Stars blockers, however, since 2 of her teammates are in the box.
Terry Baum and Bruceberry Pie stepping back, giving her a slight advantage, forcing that pack to be just a little bit smaller. And it worked. Lead jammer is Randy Rowland.
Her 2 blockers managing to do enough damage in that 4-wall to break up some holes. Randy Rowland scoots right through the pack, stalled at turn 1. Pick up 5 points.
Solid hit, puts Randy Rowland on the floor, but she pops right back up and is skating and takes down another grand slam. That puts the Misfit Militia over the 200-point mark. The score now 208-14 for the G-Stars.
I believe the G-Stars have been at 14 for several jams now, unable to put up any new points on the board. Meanwhile, Misfit Militia are just running away with this game.
Well, we see Jill Farrell is standing again, but she has been plagued with a lot of jammer penalties. I believe this is going to be her 4th jam straight because she started each one in the box, unfortunately. Smoke-a-Cola wearing the star for the Misfit Militia.
Smoke-a-Cola juking and jumping around at the front of that pack, trying to push her way through those last G-Stars blockers. And no pack is called. She's going to be out and be the lead jammer for the Misfit Militia. Meanwhile, Jill Farrell released from the box, having some trouble in that pack of green.
And Santa Muerte also released from the box, but sent right back in.
Smoke-a-Cola goes through the pack. Once again, Jill Farrell being taken out of bounds and walked all the way back to turn 2, or turn 3, pardon.
Was there? It's going to happen. That's what I'm predicting the star pass. She's looking at her. She keeps looking at her. But they're not close enough. Here we go. She's pulling back. And looks like we've got a star pass. Joe Farrell has passed the star off.
I think this is the first time that I have seen Leeway Reckham take the star for the G-Stars. I don't know why they didn't do it sooner. Look at how jumpy she is. That is fantastic.
She's definitely putting some pop in that step, trying to get through that pack. Misfit Militia putting up a tough fight.
Meanwhile, Smoke-A-Cola did go around for another 5-point grand slam. Leeway Reckham does manage to get out of the pack, finally making an initial pass. This is going to make her eligible. Oh, but that will be the conclusion of the jam.
But it is also the conclusion of the penalty plaguing that has been just troubling the G-Stars. And now they are able to start jam number 13 with Holly de Havilland wearing the star on the track.
Hopefully having that box clear of the jammer, having an opportunity to put a new player out on the track, might be able to turn around their fortunes in this game.
We're looking again at 5-on-5 derby action, just as God intended.
Mad Megs pushes Holly de Havilland out of bounds and runs her back to the jam line. Meanwhile, up at the front of the pack, Misfit Militia does earn lead jammer again. That's Zombabe out there. Holly de Havilland getting run back once again, this time to the pivot line. Having a hard time breaking through that pack. And she is going to be sent out on a penalty. Looks like a major forearm for Holly de Havilland. She's going to go sit in our John B. Sitter penalty box.
Zombabe hitting the back of the pack again. A lot of girls going down on turn 3.
Oh, but it looks like change of fortune here as Zombabe does acquire a low block, and she's going to be sent to the penalty box. Holly de Havilland is going to be free to get back on the track, hopefully take advantage of the lack of an opposing jammer to get out there and do a bit of scoring.
And with no lead, this is going to run the full 50 seconds. Holly will have this time alone to score. Wait, Zombabe has...
Holly de Havilland, with only a few seconds on the track by herself, does not manage to get through her initial pass. Still stuck on that initial pass, having a real hard time getting through.
Not exactly sure what happened there, but Zombabe is out of the box.
Well, Holly de Havilland only sat for a short period of time. So when a new jammer enters the box, she only has to serve the amount of time that the previous jammer served, not that full minute.
And Holly is stuck behind Santa Muerte and the rest of the Misfit Militia wall.
It looks like the Misfits are trying to tell Santa Muerte to do something. I'm thinking they're trying to tell her to turn around and hit her in the clockwise direction. Santa Muerte says, no way, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to keep putting my plow on. And it worked.
The three of them definitely were able to hold her back effectively. Looking like this will be the final jam of this first half. Randy Rowland wearing the star. Going up against Newfie Bullet for the G-Stars.
Newfie Bullet trying to push her way through that pack. Randy Rowland trying to push her way through at the very front. Both jammers getting beat, having a bit of a hard time, but Randy Rowland does manage to break out at turn 2. She'll be our lead jammer for the Misfit Militia.
Randy's recovery time is fantastic. I'm not sure if you've noticed this. Anytime she's fallen down, she's popped right back up with incredible speed.
Incredible. I mean, I won't say that she never falls, but she certainly doesn't stay down for a very long time.
Nancy laying a big hit on Newfie Bullet on turn 3. And we have another
panty pass being executed by the G-Stars. This time, So Fear Me going to receive the panty from Newfie Bullet. Usually it's the other way around.
That is true. It does seem like habit would have So Fear Me passing the star to Newfie Bullet.
But it looks like So Fear Me is going to be sent out for a major forearm. That is unfortunate. You give that panty to your pivot and you expect that they're going to be able to go through and get those points that you weren't able to. And just to see them acquire a penalty has to sting the G-Stars.
You are down a pivot and a jammer at that point.
G-Stars operating with a small pack right now anyway, since both Nurse Joy and So Fear Me are in the box.
And this half ends at Randy Rowland's discretion. We have 30 seconds left on the natural clock, but she can stop at any time she wants.
I'm just going to take a stab in the dark. I think Randy Rowland's just going to keep it going until this jam ends.
You think she's got another 5 points in her?
Oh, I think she has another 5 points in her.
Another
Let's
10
see what
points
she can do.
maybe? 10 seconds left.
I think they're going to hold her to just the 5. She does put up another 5 on the board. And she is going to call it off despite what I originally thought. She says, nope, those 5 points are enough. Bringing us into the half here, the score is going to be 265 to the Misfit Militia, 14 to the G-Stars. And that is halftime, folks. So if you guys in the audience are feeling, if you want to get up, stretch your legs during our halftime, you can visit some of our vendors upstairs. We got rollergirl.ca.
Wicked Skates.
Oh, well, those are shops. I don't think they can make it all the way across the border and
I
back.
see. That's true. So, yeah, take a walk around, see who's here.
I know we got plenty of people upstairs that were flaunting their wares yesterday. Let's see who has showed up today. And meanwhile, while you're out there, you can also, well, looking around at all our vendors, you can thank our sponsors. We have to thank all of them for helping us put this lovely tournament on. That's Country 95.9 and the Rock 100.7, Gus Ravenberg Kia on Tecumseh Road East, Red Bull, our Leuna Local 625, the Pure Water brand, a Canadian Auto Workers Local 444, and Erie Accent Pools.
And we're going to take our break ourselves. So we'll see you back here in less than 15 minutes. This is Raw Sausage.
And I'm Heavy Petting Zoo, and we'll see you in the second half.
Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did. was you? What if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? And as I'm walking down this road, blinded by the lights of people I've never met, stories I've never heard. Well, I guess that I should have known not to leave my heart at your door. What if it was you? What if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? Would you want me to save you? Bow down and take me by the hand. Would you want me to love you? I don't know if I can. What if it was you? 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 Oh yeah, what if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm Dr. Johnny Caput, and I'm here with Harry Delisle, and who served in the Army and is originally from Windsor. Harry, tell me that story you just told me in the bar.
Yeah, I told you that story about the young lad that wanted to go to the movie, and he had a chicken with him. He said, "You can't come here with a chicken." He says, "Why not? I'm paying for his ticket. He likes to watch movies. Can't come in here with a chicken." So he goes around the corner and he puts the chicken down his pants. Gets behind a heavy-set woman, he gets in, no problem. Sits down alongside these two young ladies and zips his trousers so the chick can get his neck out to watch the movie. And Betty says, Pearl, this guy just unzipped his trousers. You ought to see what? She said, Pearl, for God's sakes, when you've seen one, you've seen them all. She says, that's what I thought, but this was eating my popcorn. I'm Harry Delisle, born and raised in River Canard, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop from Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Windsor Family Credit Union Center here in Windsor, Ontario. We're just waiting to get back underway here for the second half of this game.
We're going to be bringing you the conclusion of the Misfit Militia versus the G-Stars. Score sits right now 265 for the Misfit Militia, 14 for the G-Stars. It's like we're getting our second visual gear check underway, making sure that everyone has all their equipment on.
We're going to be boutcasting this live. My name is Ross Sausage.
And I am Heavy Petting Zoo.
And we're glad to have you with us here, whether you're in the stands or whether you're watching from Canuck Derby TV. Should be another exciting half.
Certainly, and hopefully a less penalty-heavy half for the G-Stars. I did take a look at that penalty board during the half, and it is rough.
It does look like 3 of their main jammers run the risk of being ejected from the game. They do have a lot of penalties, 4 each for 3 of their main jammers.
And it looks like they only have a few more, a couple of them only needing 2 more majors. A few of them only have 3 more majors before they are actually ejected from the game. They will have to return to their locker room, remove their skates, and they are no longer allowed to return to the floor for the duration of the game. That would be particularly rough considering that this team is already skating short. Number 404, Paper Jam, who was one of their best jammers yesterday, out with a neck injury today.
Their bench is only 11 deep, so if they do start losing players, you're going to have players who are going to have to repeat jams. They're going to have to stay on.
That is rough. Misfit Militia doesn't show any signs of slowing down or tiring out at this point in the game.
As evidenced by the score as well, 14-265 for the first half.
Certainly another runaway game. We saw this yesterday when Misfit Militia played Sister Slag during our 11 a.m. bout. I believe that ended up being a 400-point game.
I'm wondering if right now on the bench they're saying, we can beat that. We can do better right now. Let's do better right now.
Well, I have seen plenty of teams come back from a little chit-chat during halftime. Maybe a energy drink, a little bit of Red Bull, and a nice pep talk from their coach. And sometimes they bring a completely different game back onto the track. Let's see if such a thing did happen during the halftime in the G-Stars locker room.
There's the whistle. We are now set to start jam number 1 of the second half.
Our first lineup is out on the track. It looks like the G-Stars are going to be starting short. Their jammer in the box from a penalty that carried over.
Mad Megs, number 420, first time jamming for the G-Stars. Sorry, for the Misfit Militia. Pushes through by turn 1. She has earned herself a penalty. She is heading to the box. So Firmi, the lone jammer for the G-Stars, lead jammer, and on her scoring pass.
I believe this is only the second time in this game that the G-Stars have managed to acquire a lead jammer. Hopefully So Firmi can use it to her advantage. Push that pack forward. She is going to come around for 4 points. Usually passing through the pack when the jammer's in the box will earn you 5, but it looks like she did pick up a no pass, no penalty, so she will not acquire all 5 points.
She's holding her face, and that probably explains why Rennie Rumble is heading to the penalty box.
Looks like she was called out on a direction of gameplay major.
Bit of a stumble, but a grand slam score nonetheless. So Firmi has now put a lot of points on the board. Considering the amount of points they've put up in the first half, they've almost doubled their score. One more grand slam.
So Firmi fighting her way through that pack, meanwhile managing to send Zombabe to the box in the process. And that is exactly the kind of performance that the G-Stars want to see out of their jammers in this second half.
And we'll see if Holly de Havilland can double their score again in this jam. It'll become less and less likely as the game goes by, but very good job by So Firmi in that last jam.
Smoke-a-Cola on the line for Misfit Militia. Apparently the jammer was released from the box. Holly de Havilland trying to fight her way past those 2 Misfit Militia blockers, but she does not manage to get out before Smoke-a-Cola, who is going to be the lead jammer for the Misfit Militia. Holly de Havilland does finally manage to push the Misfit Militia out of play.
Nancy Noir is heading to the box.
She did not stop engaging Holly de Havilland after the no pack had been called. So she will go serve a minute in the John B. Sitter penalty box because of it.
Randy Rowland wearing the star for the Misfit Militia. Gretchen for the G-Stars.
Very, very tiny pack out there. Looks like only 1 Misfit Militia blocker on the track. Hopefully Gretchen can make as much of that as she can. And she does. She is out of the pack, hopping over that fallen singular Misfit Militia blocker, and she is lead jammer. But right on her heels is Randy Rowland. It's like we have a 2-on-3 pack right now. Fast pack at that.
And Gretchen calls off the jam, getting through.
No, it looks like Gretchen doesn't manage to pick up any, but Randy Rowland scored 3. That's going to make our score 272 to the Misfit Militia, 28 for the G-Stars.
Holly de Havilland back with the star, jamming for the G-Stars. Mad Megs for the Misfit Militia. Tiny Tank heading to the penalty box.
I believe she's going to be picking up her first penalty of the game.
And the pressure is on for the Misfit Militia. As Mad Megs is through the pack on her scoring pass, she is not lead jammer, so that puts it to the Misfit Militia to hold back.
Looks like Ginger Fightis is going to get sent out for a major elbow.
Mad Meg scores a grand slam. Again, she is not lead jammer. And she does it again. She's put 10 points on the board. And Holly is fighting to get through the pack.
Meanwhile, Mandy Blaze does get sent out. She got a major forearm.
And the penalty problems are back for the G-Stars, unfortunately, as they have 2 players in the penalty box and a third skating the outside, waiting for her time. And the brutal Misfit defense wreaking havoc on Holly de Havilland's scoring abilities. Just under 40 seconds left in the jam. We still don't have a lead jammer. Holly is eligible. She just needs to break through that pack, break through the dense defense thrown up by the Misfit Militia.
It is impressive that even though Mad Megs did not manage to get lead jammer, that she has still racked up the amount of points that she has.
It speaks volumes to the dense talent that is available on this team, on the Misfit Militia, and helps to justify that score that's going up there. They're about to break the 300-point mark.
Holly de Havilland backs up to try and run some defense. I thought she was almost going to get through the pack at that point. She did get sucked right back in. Misfit Militia managing to recycle up and get in front of her.
And they did not break the 300-point mark.
Now, I did hear the jam ref come over, and he was explaining that there were a couple in there where she did not score any points.
And we're going to get an official timeout.
This official timeout has been brought to you by Canuck Derby TV. You can watch this bout and all the others through the rest of the day on CanuckDerbyTV.com. HD streaming, totally free, and they even have a little DVR feature. If you want to see a couple of plays over again, you just drag that little slider at the bottom backwards, watch it until you're happy, and then you can just hit the button that says live and come right back to us in real time.
That is a reminder that it is not used to overwrite or, judge our zebras out there in any way. Just because they made a call that you don't agree with and you have the ability to replay it and see exactly what happened, we go with what the zebras say live here in the stadium. That
is true, but if you don't agree with what the zebras said, you can always take a picture of yourself reacting to a call, and you can send it to us at CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. We'll go ahead and put it up on the page.
Keep it tasteful. Keep it tasteful.
That is true. There may be children watching. It's a very somber crowd that we have in the WFCU Center today. Hey, audience, how are you feeling? I know it's early, but are you there? Are you paying attention?
7 people are here. Okay, are there any more? There's a couple more.
All right, we got a few. They're scattered.
It just means that the after party was really good last night.
That is true.
I'd like to thank some of our sponsors, Country 95.9 FM and The Rock 100.7 on your FM dial. Gus Ravenberg, Otto, Red Bull. Action's getting ready to take place here. Jill Farrell going up against Rennie Rumble. A lot of fight from both of the jammers. And Rennie emerges to be our lead jammer for this bout.
Misfit Militia did pull that pack back up to the pivot line. It does seem to be working out very well for them. Jill Farrell having all sorts of trouble at the back of the pack trying to run a bit of defense. Does manage to lay a hit on Randy Rowland, but it does not slow her down. She fights her way through for a 5-point grand slam.
I'm noticing in a lot of the great jammers out there, when they take a hit, they're able to take that energy from the hit and use it, push themselves forward or push themselves in a direction that actually is advantageous to them, as Rennie just did off of that large hit from Jill. Rennie now attempting to eat the baby. Santa Morte coming up to help her with that. And it does. Zombabe attempting to bridge, did not work. Referees calling a no-pack situation.
Fantastic jammer on jammer action. Jill Farrell versus Rennie Rumble. Rennie Rumble managed to push her almost all the way back into the pack. Right now they are battling for supremacy, approaching the back of this pack. Just leaves to be seen whether Remy decides to call it off, which she does. Holly de Havilland lining up against Randy Rowland.
And this jam is underway. Holly getting jostled, finding a spot but getting closed into it. Randy coming up as your lead jammer.
Holly de Havilland up at the front of the pack trying to break through and get on her scoring pass, but she is knocked out of bounds at turn 4. Goes all the way through the back of that pack. Meanwhile, Randy Rowland scoops right through for a 5-point natural grand slam since that penalty box is empty. Holly de Havilland getting taken out of bounds and run back once again by the Misfit Militia. Randy Rowland scoring another 5-point natural grand slam.
We hit the halfway point on this jam. We see Holly is now switching to a defensive measure. Maybe she's going to follow Randy through the pack. Did not work.
Looks like Tiny Tank is going to go sit in our John B. Sitter penalty box.
And I don't think she has many penalties left before ejection.
Actually, no, she was one of the clean ones when we checked the board. I don't think they played her a whole lot in that first half, but they had to. I think she has 2 penalties up on the board right now.
My apologies.
Now we got to give them credit when they're playing clean. Speaking of clean, Wretched Gretchen, I believe the only player up there that had no penalties that I don't think has accrued any at this point.
She definitely gets the gold star.
And get the gold star she does, as she is wearing the jammer panty for the G-Stars, facing off against Mad Megs.
In the camo star. Meg's getting a break from jamming in the first half of this game. She's come back and jammed quite a few times successfully. Her last time out, she did not get lead jammer, but she did put up a butt ton of points for her team.
And this time she does get out and get lead jammer. But Wretched Gretchen makes it through. She is now eligible to score points. Mad Megs is going to go ahead and call it rather than risk Wretched Gretchen picking up any more points. Score right now is 341 for the Misfit Militia, 28 for the G-Stars.
Holly de Havilland back on the line, ready to jam for the G-Stars, going up against Smoke-A-Cola for the Misfit Militia. Smoke-A-Cola has scored lead jammer. She is now making her way to the back of the pack. She's on a scoring pass. We have number 413, Terry Baum, is going to the penalty box for the Misfit Militia. They've stayed relatively clean this first half.
Yeah, this second half does seem to be a bit cleaner than the first one was. I'm sure that's what the G-Stars talked about on the halftime, was just they needed to get those penalties in check. Holly de Havilland plays some good defense, almost makes it through while they have her distracted, but she takes a hard hit. A bit slow getting back up, but get up she does to try and get in front of Smoke-A-Cola.
A big hit by Nancy Noir. Big hit by Ginger Fightis right after that, but Ginger Fightis draws a low block and is sent to the penalty box.
Holly de Havilland no longer even trying to get through, lined up with her blockers for a 4-wall against Smoke-A-Cola. Nurse Joy manages to draw a cut on Smoke-A-Cola. Fantastic job. Going to give Holly de Havilland an opportunity to push the Misfit Militia out of play.
And she's now entering her scoring pass. 20 seconds left. We'll see if she can get some points on the board for her team.
She has almost 10 seconds left. Let's see if she can put some points up on the board for the G-Stars.
She's got 2, 3.
She just needs to pass those 2.
And there it is.
And she'll do it.
She takes 5 points to end this jam.
That was a hard-fought 5 points. Totally worth it. 5 more points going up, bringing the G-Stars to 33 points in this half.
To an astounding 356 for the Misfit Militia. Jill Farrell, the only jammer out there, beginning this 9th jam of the second half.
Looks like the G-Stars are going to run a little bit of passive offense off the line, counting on Jill Farrell's strength to push the Misfit Militia all the way up and out of play. Green 111 will get sent out on a clockwise block. Just going to break a wide enough hole in that line of Misfit Militia for Jill Farrell to get through, get out, get lead jammer. She is now on her scoring pass.
And she's got full defense behind her. 4-on-3 out there.
And it looks like the Misfit Militia just can't figure out which way is the Derby direction in this jam. 2 of their blockers being sent out now for clockwise blocks.
On the stop Derby, it's often tough to keep in mind that you're not moving anymore. So if you throw that shoulder back, it can be construed as a clockwise block.
Smoke-A-Cola was released from the box. She is now on her scoring pass. Jill Farrell is going to go ahead and call it off.
We just breached the halfway point of this half. 14 plus minutes left.
Jill Farrell did manage to put up 4 points for her team. Smoke-A-Cola not acquiring any. So that's a 37-point game for the G-Stars. Meanwhile, 358 for the Misfit Militia.
Renee Rumble jamming for the Militia. And Holly de Havilland back out for the G-Stars. Holly had her eye on an inside line, but Renee moved to the outside. And that proved to be the wiser choice, as she is our lead jammer.
And Rennie might be out and eligible to score points, but so is Holly de Havilland. almost taking that inside line unseen, but Nurse Joy did notice it at the last minute. Frantic call off by Rennie. Apparently the timing on that one wasn't within her liking.
On the outside, you got your jammer ref on the inside. Sometimes it's tough for those guys to see. But it does not take away from the frustration some of these jammers experience.
You may be frustrated, you may be angry at that zebra, but yelling at them and getting in their face can earn you a minute in the box for an insubordination penalty. So you got to make sure to pick those battles very carefully. Mad Megs is out and is your lead jammer. Meanwhile, G-Star's jammer, Wretched Gretchen, getting sent to the box. I believe this is her first penalty of the evening. So unfortunate that it had to be a penalty while she had that star on her head.
Bruceberry Pie heading to the penalty box. Mad Megs may be the only jammer out there, but it is 4 on 4. As G-Stars have full defense.
Jill Farrell is going to acquire a clockwise block.
My ref not issuing that call in a very, you girls are not learning this sort of voice. Mad Meg's trying to deke her way through the pack. G-Stars holding tight formation.
When Mad Megs is sent out of bounds. Manages to call after acquiring 4 points.
We've got a new jammer for the G-Stars, Ginger Fightis, number 1914, strapping on the star.
I believe this is the first time that I have seen her wear the star at all in this entire tournament. Official review has been called by the G-Stars. Once we know exactly what they are trying to officially review, we will let you know. This official review has been brought to you by some of our sponsors here, Country 95.9 and the Rock 100.7. Gus Ravenberg Kia, they've got a fantastic car upstairs for you to check out. You can also see them in person at Tecumseh Road East, 10080 Tecumseh Road East in Windsor. Also Red Bull, I think there were a couple girls here handing out Red Bull yesterday.
It's a little early, but if anyone sees them, please grab me a Red Bull, bring it on down here.
Let me know. The cranberry Red Bull was fantastic yesterday. Also, Liuna Local 625 and CAW Local 444. We really appreciate their support here.
We'd also like to thank the Pure Water brand and Erie Accent Pools.
We especially want to give a big shout out to Canuck Derby TV, which is broadcasting us all weekend on CanuckDerbyTV.com. If you can't be here at the WFCU Center in person, check us out. Free HD streaming all day.
Also, we'd like to thank the law offices of John B. Sitter. They're sponsoring our penalty box today, or as we call it, the Sin Bin.
They have gotten a lot of activity today. Never know, their law offices might get some activity later. A couple of refs getting sued. So far today, we have had a very penalty-heavy game on both sides, actually. G-Stars definitely leading in penalties, but the Misfit Militia not far behind. I can't see the board defined right now to tell you who has the most, but I can tell you there is a lot of Sharpie marker on that penalty board.
And as these tournaments wind down, you're going to find that a lot of the girls are getting tired. They're going to start making more mistakes, and they're going to want the victory more. So they're going to push themselves maybe a little bit out of their comfort zone, and that can sometimes cause these penalties to stack up against them really quickly. Looks like we're getting ready to get going here. We got our 5 seconds going. Rennie Rumble wearing the star for the Militia. And again, Ginger Fightis, first time jamming for the G-Stars. She's finding an inside line. She's pushing. Hits some resistance. And it was a great fight. Unfortunately, Rennie Rumble comes up on top. G-Stars.
We did get some clarification on that official review. Apparently the G-Stars called it because they believed that the Misfit Militia jammer had in fact cut the track and it had not been called. They wanted to attempt and start this on a power jam, but the refs did uphold their original lack of penalty, which is why we do have 2 jammers on the track right now.
Mad Megs and Gretchen squaring off once again.
But we do have an official timeout right now. Let's see our fantastic NSO doing her little timeout dance on the line. And if you have a timeout dance of your own, we would certainly like to see it.
If you're watching at home, take a picture of your timeout dance and send it in. If you're in the stands here today, just organize the people next to you.
I know it's a very small amount of people in here, but we did have a super tiny wave going on yesterday, and it was a lot of fun for the 4 people involved in it.
That wave went around longer than I've ever seen any stadium full of people go around. I think we had maybe an 8-round circuit of the wave going through.
That was pretty impressive.
And good timing as well. Even when there were seats that were empty, people picked up the time at the right pace. It goes to show the intelligence of the Derby watching community.
Looks like Sister Slag and Nord are preparing for their face-off in our 11 o'clock bout, getting warmed up in the end zone here during this official timeout. We're going to see them have a rematch. They had a game at 9 a.m. yesterday. Sister Slag ended up taking that victory.
Northern Slag took the time to sleep in this morning as well. We noticed a bunch of the Nord crew were here bright and early.
That is true. Nord was here first thing in the morning. I actually had the fortune of staying in the room with some of the Nord girls last night. They were nice enough to offer me a space to stay so I didn't have to go all the way back to the States. And they actually got up before I did this morning, and they didn't have to play until 11.
Well, we certainly are glad you got up. I'm glad to have you beside me boutcasting here.
Absolutely, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors, especially to the Border City Brawlers for putting on this fantastic tournament. Their first tournament in Windsor, and they have just done a great job putting this on.
Some of the other sponsors of the tournament, rollergirl.ca. Check them out online. Also online, Wicked Skates, Animated Skateboards. We'd also like to thank St. John's Ambulance for being here today. Humazing, Maura Copland Design, DMC Chiropractic. And with that whistle, we're ready to start the game again. We're back underway. Just over 10 minutes left to play in this game. Score 37-384. Mad Meg skates through the pack to get lead jammer.
Mad Meg's already approaching the back of the pack on her scoring pass. Just a 3-wall of G-Stars to get past. Now only 2, now only 1. Does a fancy little flip around, still stuck behind 1 G-Star, but she is going to get out for a 5-point grand slam. Meanwhile, Newfie Bullet is going to get sent out to our penalty box. Mad Megs is going to cut through the pack for another 5-point grand slam. Meanwhile, Wretched Gretchen getting sent off, I believe, for a forearm major. Was that the call?
I believe it was. And that makes this another Misfit Militia Power Jam.
Mad Meg smashing her way through that line with a bit of help from one of her blockers.
Nurse Joy returning to the pack for G-Stars.
Jill Farrell getting held up behind a line of Misfit Militia. They're employing a tactic we call the GOAT, at least we do that in Ann Arbor, where you hold back one of the blockers, slowing down the entire pack, controlling the speed, and allowing you to split the pack a little bit earlier and allow your jammer to get through.
Mad Meg scoring another grand slam, 5 points on the board. They've now broken the 400-point barrier, as they did yesterday when they played their game against
Sister Slag yesterday.
The Sister Slag yesterday, yes.
Mad Meg's going to call it off since Wretched Gretchen is standing in the box. Not released yet, though.
Which means Rennie Rumble will be the sole jammer to start off the 14th jam of this second half.
Rennie Rumble is going to have to face off against a 4-wall of G-Stars after this official timeout. Lots of official timeouts in this second half. I think they're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to figure out scoring or trying to figure out penalties. Our reffing crew is certainly working hard to make sure we have the most accurate information on the track.
Both teams so far have not used any of their 3 allotted timeouts for this game.
We have had 1 official review, and you do only get 1 official review in a game. That was used by the G-Stars earlier in this half to dispute a cut that, in their opinion, was not called. Did not manage to win their official review, however. Cut penalty was still not awarded.
Thank a couple more of the sponsors that we've had here today, Pepsi and Diet Pepsi, DNA Fitness and Extreme Athletics, Graphics Plus, Pinnacle Rehabilitation, Integree Tool and Mold, Talking Derby.
And if you're watching at home right now, you can actually see another one of our announcers, High Death. He did a lot of activity with us yesterday. He's not paying attention right now. I think he might still be asleep. He had a little bit too much fun at our after party.
I'd be very interested to see High Death's hat collection. He always has a lot of interesting hats.
Always a lot of interesting hats. I don't think that I've had the fortune to see him in the same hat twice, actually. He must have hats upon hats upon hats in his house.
You can't repeat. Maybe he recycles them. Maybe he passes them on to less fortunate.
Perhaps a hat trade program.
Not sure what's out there.
And if you want to hang out with High Death, see his hat collection, or any of the other skaters, you can join us at the after party at Average Joe's after our championship game today, which should be ending probably around 4:30 or 5 o'clock. We'll be done with the game. We'll be done with the awards. We'll be done with cleaning up here.
And we'll be able to announce who the winner of this tournament is after that game.
And we will certainly be happy to see who the winner of that game is. A couple more games today. The winner of this game will go on into the finals. Meanwhile, the loser will go on to face off against the winner of our 11 o'clock game.
That is the Sister Slag versus the Nord Stars.
Nord and Sister Slag already here in the house in full gear, getting warmed up on the ends.
Nord opting to use their green uniforms today, as we'll see in the next game. We're back underway. Rennie Rumble fighting to get through the 4-wall. That is the G-Stars.
Rennie Rumble with some fancy work up on her toe stops on that outside line. Just manages to scoot by inbounds past that 4-wall and is out and is your lead jammer.
Absorbing a hit on turn 1. She's scored her. But that's not even the big news. Gretchen's released from the box and skates directly through the pack. She's coming up on a scoring pass.
They did not even see her coming.
And right before the whistle, Rennie Rumble, number 31, is heading to the penalty box again, seeking the assistance of criminal and traffic lawyer John B. Sitter.
So we got Jill Farrell lining up for the G-Stars against Mad Megs of the Misfit Militia.
Four-on-two pack in favor of the G-Stars. Mad Megs makes her push on turn 3 and emerges victorious. Jill hit to the outside by Santa Morte. She's going to have to come back to the end of the pack again. And Mad Meg throws another nickel on the scoreboard for the Misfit Militia. But Destroyer, number 604, is going to the penalty box. The penalty problems continue for Misfit Militia.
Mad Mags does call it off. She's going to pick up 2 points just before she does, though. Meanwhile, Jill Farrell not picking up any. That's going to bring our score to 428 for Misfit Militia, 37 for the G-Stars.
We now have the Misfit Militia calling an official review. Rennie Rumble shaking her head. She has something to say about that last jam.
And if you have something to say after one of these jams, whether it be congratulations to a skater, lamenting a call or lack of call, go ahead and take a picture of yourself. Send it to us at canuckderbytv@gmail.com. We will be happy to put it up on our screen here, along with all the others that we've received from yesterday. Here's some of them.
It's a lot of fun happening in some of these photos.
We actually sent a few of us in yesterday announcing from this fantastic truck that we have here. It was the announcer table yesterday. I felt like stretching my legs a little this morning, though, so we're going to stand in front of it. Provided to us from Rose City Ford.
I like pacing. Pacing gets me more into it. Girls are now lining up. Looks like we're going to have Holly de Havilland going against Smoka-Cola this bout. We still have the referees talking it over in this official timeout. There we go. That's instructions. That's following instructions. Putting yourself and the screen. That's an old shot.
That's a shot from yesterday.
Deja vu.
There's High Def in yet another different hat. Announcing out of the back of the Ford F-250 Super Cab, provided to us by Rose City Ford.
Holly entertaining the crowds in the house here today, doing a little dance. Keeping spirits up for the G-Stars. Their entire bench is dancing.
That's right, the G-Stars may be down, but they are not out by any means. Getting their boogie on for us in-house.
If the G-Stars cannot score 400 points in the next 6 minutes, then they will be playing for the 3rd place spot.
And that game will be played today at 1 o'clock after our 11 o'clock rematch, Nord versus Sister Slag. The winner of Nord versus Sister Slag will go on to face the loser of this bout in the 1 o'clock bout. Going to be going from
Battle
one
for third
into
place.
the next. That's going to be rough.
And if they win that one, they'll be going on home. Home with a trophy.
Oh, that's true.
And then we move on to, of course, the final match of the tournament. Battle for first place.
G-Stars now making their own music. I believe it's the chicken dance we got going on out there right now.
Michael Bublé leading them in the chicken dance. There may not be many of us here this morning, but we should still put our hands together and thank all of the volunteers, NSOs, referees, St. John Ambulance for being here. Put your hands together for these guys. And put your hands together for the end of that official timeout. We're now ready to go.
Once again, Misfit Militia running that pack up to the pivot line, giving everything a nice stretch early in the game. It has been working out pretty well for them. Jammers seem to make quick work of a pack once they have a bit of speed behind them. Just like their jammer does right now. That is Smoke-A-Cola out and lead.
Bruceberry Pie out of the box and straight to the front of the pack as Santa Morte gets called. She's heading into the box. Keeping the Misfit Militias defensive to 2. But Nancy Noir is giving Holly de Havilland a terrible time. She is not through that pack yet. She's opting instead to play defensively. Sitting in front of Smoke-A-Cola currently.
Maybe a 2-on-3, or was, in favor of the Misfit Militia. Looks like it's going to switch now to be a 2-on-3 in their favor.
Oh, 3-on-3 as
3-on-3.
Leeway Reckham steps out of the box. Smoke-A-Cola again facing a defensive jammer out of Holly de Havilland. And no pack has been called. She skates through again for 5 more points. The score now, G-Stars 37 to the Misfit Militia 443. Outscoring themselves in their first game that they played yesterday.
Holly de Havilland still has not made it through her initial pass. Keeps getting hit out and run backwards. That's gotta be rough. Green 31 is going to be sent out for a direction of gameplay, I believe was the call against her.
If you're going to play slow to stop Derby, you got to be prepared to take the consequences. It's very difficult to stay out of the clockwise block situation.
Jill Farrell on the line now against Mad Megs. Matchup that we've seen quite a few times this game.
Less than 4 minutes left in this game.
Mad Meg's stuck at the back of the pack behind. Ginger Fightis does manage to make it out around the outside. She's going to bust through the middle.
She does very well pushing through the outside of a slower pack.
She certainly does. It's not usually the route that Jammers takes. There's a lot more distance to cover on the outside. She seems to work it quite beautifully.
And the G-Stars bench erupts as Jill Farrell breaks through the pack. Coming around on her scoring pass. No points, I believe, going up. Unfortunately, Mad Meg stopped that jam before that can happen.
A little under 3 minutes to go in this game as Rennie Rumble takes the line against G-Stars Holly de Havilland.
There's our whistle as we start the 17th jam. Renee choosing to engage the other jammer and paying the price, getting stuck behind the wall of the G-Stars. But Holly also being forced to the back.
Rennie Rumble does manage to fight her way through that pack. By turn 3 has broken out and is your lead jammer. Holly de Havilland still trying to fight her way past those blockers. Oh, Holly is down.
Now, Holly is up. She does have a problem, seems, with her shoulder, but she has gotten up and has skated off the track on her own volition, which is, of course, what we like to see.
Certainly want to give a shout out to St. John Ambulance for being here, being available, and on site, ready to help our players in case of an injury like what we just saw.
Just under 2 minutes left on the clock.
And a jam like that does prove this is a real sport with real impact. That's why we always want to make sure we have our gear on and properly seated. Even though you might have all your helmets and pads, mouth guards, elbows, knees, wrists, sometimes shin guards, can still go poorly. You can hit the floor hard, and you might have to take a seat for a little while.
These girls do come out here to hit each other, but they don't come out to hurt each other, and it's unfortunate whenever anyone gets hurt.
Holly de Havilland still getting checked out. Hitting an ice pack on her shoulder from the medics. But that whistle says that we're going to keep things going. We're going to get one last lineup here. Under 2 minutes left in the game. This could be our last jam.
Likely it won't be.
I feel
they might push it. They might push it. Randy Rowland wearing the star. Jill Farrell got it for the G-Stars. Score of 37 to 462. Randy Rowland skates to the front of the pack, gets lead jammer by turn 1. And Jill again making her way through the pack very easily.
Randy Rowland is going to go ahead and call it after picking up 4 points. Under a minute and 30 left to play as Wretched Gretchen lines up against Mad Megs.
That is the competition of this second half. These two facing off against each other, I believe, has happened more than any other head-to-head. And both teams doing a good job of keeping their jammer out of the penalty box in the second half as well.
Wretched Gretchen trying to push her way through on the inside, but is pushed out of bounds.
Mad Megs proving that she can get past on the inside or the outside. Scores lead jammer.
Mad Megs with some fancy footwork going right up the middle for a 5-point grand slam. Gretchen backing up to try and run a little bit of defense. Does miss that hit, though.
Big hit on Sofirmi, puts him to the ground and slows down Mad Megs, but she is up.
Meanwhile, Tiny Tank is going to get called out on a back block. Go hang out in our John B. Sitter penalty box. Gingivitis was recently released, though, so it is still 3 blockers on the track for the G-Stars.
Mad Megs through that pack yet again. Grand slam. 3 seconds left on the actual clock. This game is now on its final jam officially.
Wretched Gretchen once again trying to back up and play a bit of defense. Doesn't end up working, though.
Sofirmi pushing Mad Megs to the outside.
Wretched Gretchen does try to follow Mad Megs through the line of her own blockers, but it doesn't end up paying off. She gets sent out of bounds once again.
And we're going another 20 seconds. And it will be Wretched Gretchen, the sole jammer out there for the G-Stars. Still, she's going to pass off the star. It's been picked up by Leeway Reckham. And a high block had been called. And that is the whistle to end the game.
Leeway Reckham does manage to get around a couple skaters, but that was still the initial pass, not a point-scoring round. That is going to give the victory to the Militia, 490 to 37.
If you have the opportunity, have the advantage, I guess, of having floor seat passes, step on up to the yellow line right now. You can get a high five from the winning team and from the G-Stars, who will be moving on to play in our third place game at 11 o'clock today. 1 o'clock today, I apologize.
G-Stars are going to come back for 1 o'clock, facing off against the victor of our upcoming bout, Nord versus Sister Slag. Meanwhile, the Misfit Militia is going to move on in the rankings. They're going to be waiting to meet their challenger at 3 p.m. right here at the WFCU Center in Windsor. Check us out here in person. We're here until probably about 4 or 5 p.m. Last bout starts at 3. You can also watch us all day on CanuckDerbyTV.com. HD streaming for free. Your own personal DVR. We'll be here all day waiting to watch you.
Hopefully your home party's going fine. Again, we'd like to thank the Pure Water brand, CAW Local 444, Leuna Local 625, the Erie Accent Pools, Red Bull for coming by and handing out some free drinks. Got Gus Ravenberg Kia, and of course, Country 95.9 and The Rock 100.7 FM.
Also, the Border City Brawlers for hosting this fantastic tournament here at WFCU Center. Thank you so much to the Brawlers for putting on their first and fantastic tournament. We'll see you back here. We'll see you back here soon for our next bout.
I'm Ross Sausage.
And I am Heavy Petting Zoo. Keep watching.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did. Saturday morning, 1:45, a movie that reminded me of you. It would be 99 minutes at least until my heart rate slowed. I got some sleep, but those buxom girls on the silver screen became you and danced in my dreams. I was happy to see Jane Russell go, and your entrance simply stole the show. It's no secret that you are a showgirl at heart, and mine was taken the moment you began to play your part. If I wake up without you with your song in my head, will I still smell your scent all over my bed? Will you be just in the wings or chauffeured away? Are you just getting your things, or an amber with attention in some backstage alleyway? You're gracefully enchanted with those incendiary eyes, nearly set the scenery aflame as you dance by. And when you took to the air and was the trick of the light, I held my breath and I felt you take pride. While your critics scrutinized with guide-wise and pens, I jumped to my feet and led your standing ovation. If I wake up without you with your song in my head, with your body a spotlight still heat in my bed, will your voice be an echo, a warm in my ear? Will you be off at some gala on your way here? Will you be shunning your doors to find your way back, or drinking it all to feeling something you lack? Will you be buried on Broadway or here on the Rodway? If I give a track some spotlight, maybe you'll promise to stay. Can I take your coat off, maybe get you a train? Is my attention's fleeting and Sunday you think? Well, if I seem like a doormat, well, you can just wipe your feet. I know that you're busy and having people meet. Can't say I'm waiting, so I'll just go back to sleep. Maybe I'll get you on stage in my dreams. Television still on, showed some syndicated faces, smiles drawn on. Mine was true, still applauding you.
He's a ball.
We're here at Brown Paper Tickets with Bob Noxious. Bob, welcome to Rollercon 2011.
Thank you very much. I think this is about number 5. It just gets better every year.
So how many times for you with Brown Paper, though?
This is only my second year here with Brown Paper Tickets.
So tell us about Brown. I know everyone knows about it, but tell us about Brown Paper Tickets.
Well, Brown Paper Tickets is a very, it's a very easy ticketing service to use, and that's, you know, the simplicity is really what makes us conducive to roller derby in particular. You sign up on a website almost no different than you would for like a blog or whatever else. Username and your password opens it up to you. You go ahead and you program, you walk through, you self-program your own event, and you can add pictures to it. You can go ahead and tailor it to look like your website. And by the time you're done, it's within 24 hours, it's generally approved and up and ready for sales.
So what is it about Derby and brown paper? Because there's been that connection for years now.
Yeah, you know, Mac, that's an excellent point. I think it really has to do with kind of that whole do-it-yourself environment. Right. I mean, I think our company has kind of that attitude, and because our product is so user-friendly, and the fact that it really lends itself to do-it-yourself. You know, you don't have equipment, you don't have any expenses, anything like that. It just kind of falls right in doing derby business.
And being web-based means planetary. You can cover anywhere. So tell me some of the countries this year that have come around and asked about brown paper.
Well, it's just within the last year that we have moved into basically Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand. I know that there are a handful of UK derby groups that are using us.
Yeah, great opportunity, great company, and yeah, I believe it's the do-it-yourself ticket company, Brown Paper Tickets. That's Brown Paper Tickets at RollerCon 2011.
Sitting here waiting for some information, and wait a minute, something's happening with the camera. What's going on?
Some sort of earthquake.
Some sort of event is happening here. The camera is shaking.
Somebody's really excited.
We're not sure what's going on here. Wait,
what?
There's something going on back at the broadcast desk.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. What? There
what
seems
did they
to
do?
be an altercation
between
AJ and between Johnny Capote. The doctor is. What's he doing?
There's so much wire.
Oh my goodness!
Where's that wire coming from?
There's
That
wire.
Doesn't look good.
He's just,
no!
Oh, he's pulled a mitt full of wire out of the. It's. Oh no! What is
look
he
at that
doing?
unsteady footage
and AJ
now.
AJ is ticked. AJ,
he's
giving him the gears. Oh my God! He's giving Johnny the gears. I can't believe that. That is. Oh my goodness!
No.
Oh, the humanity. Oh. He's giving, and now he's up. But Johnny's
he's trying
not
to make it up to him.
Johnny's not taking any of his crap. Johnny is not taking any of his crap in this case. It's not going to happen.
Holy crap! I can't even believe that.
Holy crap! I can't believe that happened either. Wow.
Oh, they're taping it down.
Yeah,
they're taping it in place. It's okay. It's set now.
I think they may have things settled down
That
now.
was close. We fixed it, guys.
Oh, wow.
Luckily, that was during an official review.
We got a thumbs up. I guess they've kissed and made up.
Good.
That's right. We don't need to see the kissing, though. Definitely do not need to see the kissing. Well, we are still in a timeout situation. The score is sitting here at Shipyard Sirens 159 to Lumbersmacks 132.
All right, here we are at the Oval, host venue of Flat Track Fever here in Calgary, Alberta. My name is Dump Truck. Been hanging out in the city all day long. It's been a lot of fun. And you walk in the building and the fun doesn't stop there either. You look here, I mean, there's a bouncy house. That's amazing. And apparently, there's a lot of fun being had in here. Hey, kids. Hey, come outside real quick. God, they're crazy. Oh, my God. What are you doing?
It's a bouncy castle at Flat Track Fever!
Aren't you supposed to be working?
Pixie sticks. What pixie sticks?
How did you like your first call? Nice work, by the way.
Oh, it was really fun. It was really good. Yeah, I lost my keys. I'll be right back.
So, how do you feel about having the bouncy cows here at Flat Track Fever?
Oh my God, it's so awesome! I lost my keys.
All right, there you go. Somebody needs to find their parent.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
And a big welcome back to all of our Canuck Derby TV viewers out there.
Hello, Canuck Derby TV.
And we are getting ready to play our second bout of the day. This one, Sister Slag from Nickel City up in Sudbury, Ontario versus the Wildcards from Northern Ontario Roller Derby. Each team now with one loss in this double elimination tournament.
These teams have squared off already in this tournament.
That's right. That's where the Wildcards got their first loss, falling to Nickel City, 230 to 192. Sister Slag, Nickel City, got their first loss from the Misfit Militia, 475 to 53, who has really been the standout team in this tournament.
They certainly have.
But last night, the Wildcards had probably one of the best bouts that I've seen this tournament. That 2-point victory over the Durham Devils.
I would call that an upset. The Durham Devils were slated fairly high in this tournament.
Absolutely. And also the Wildcards very low. They were down quite a bit early on in that bout and then came back very strong. And
absolutely.
Came back on top.
Sister Slag
had 2-point victory.
Sister Slag played 3 bouts yesterday. They got to be tired. And
a couple of ice baths and get those muscles right back and ready to go. So we've got Low Ride Her jamming for the Nord Wildcards and Anna Mall jamming for the Nickel City Sister Slag, and it is a Sister Slag lead jammer.
Low Ride Her is taken out on the outside of the track. Anna Mall is easily through on a scoring pass to pick up 5 points for Sister Slag, get them on the board early.
Low Ride Her able to take that outside line, getting around, eligible to score as well.
Mel Behaved has made her way to the John B. Sitter penalty box.
2 more points going up for Anna Mall as she hits the back of that pack, calls it off as Low Ride Her was approaching as well. Once again, we are coming to you live from the Rose City Ford F-250 Super Duty pickup truck announcer table. This time we're standing in front of it, though.
Absolutely. Stretch the legs.
Like to move around just a little bit. Now maybe I'll move up into it at halftime. It's kind of nice to be up on that raised bed looking down on it.
Violent Fembot jamming for Sister Slag.
And that is Misery Business jamming for the Wildcards.
Oh, and Violent Fembot has picked up a penalty and will be sitting in the John B. Sitter penalty box. That means we have a power jam situation.
That's right, Nord on the power jam, starting off with 7 points down, but that's not going to last for long. Already with 5-point Grand Slam. Coming up into the back of the pack, around the outside, juking to the inside to pick up another 5 points.
And just like that, we have our first lead change of the game.
Guessing we'll probably be having quite a few of those, considering how evenly matched they were in the first bout.
Absolutely.
Sister Slag really getting into some penalty trouble now. Their box filling up. Just a pair of blockers are the only ladies in red out on the track right now. And another grand slam. That is 15 points already going up for Misery Business. 20 points already for Misery Business. And one more. Looks like she's on her scoring pass. Is she able to get through, though?
Melbehaved is back out on the track. And as Violent Fembot comes out on the track, the jam is called off.
And she did pick up 4 of those points.
Violent Fembot held to no points for Sister Slag.
There must have been one blocker that she did not get around there in that pass, unfortunately for her. But still, 24 points on their first scoring jam. That's not a bad start there for the Nord Wildcards. Smashley now jamming for Sister Slag. Nasty Nads up on the inside, picking up lead jammer, but getting hit to the inside, recycled to the back of the pack. Smashley coming out in front.
She is not the lead jammer, however.
Nasty Nads trying to take the whip around the outside. Doesn't make it around. Nasty Nads calls it off. And does manage to hold Nickel City from putting any more points on the board.
Smashley trying desperately by pushing her hips forward to pick up a point. Just didn't quite get there in time.
The Rebels Advocate now putting the star on her helmet for Nickel City. And Low Ride Her once again jamming for the Nord Wildcards.
Low Ride Her is easily through the pack on the inside and is your lead jammer.
Rebels Advocate going down on that entrance to turn number 3.
She does manage to stay in bounds.
This floor is a very interesting combination between sticky and slick. You know, you got just the right amount of slip, but sometimes, you know, that can just go right out from under you on those hard turns.
Rebels Advocate is through. Low Ride Her on a scoring pass, and she's having all kinds of trouble at the front of that pack. Forced to call off the jam.
3 more points going up for Nord, who today is wearing the green and blue. Nickel City once again wearing the red.
Mean Mia out for Sister Slag. Misery Business out again for Nord.
And they are off, and we do have 5-on-5 derby at the moment. Nobody in the penalty box. Mean Mia out front picking up lead jammer.
Misery Business stuck in the middle of that pack. She goes down hard.
Goes down hard, and there is a low block call. And that is going to Misery Business. So the Nickel City Sister Slag now on a power jam. Mean Mia still working her way through the pack on her first scoring pass in this power jam.
Mean Mia is through to pick up a grand slam for Sister Slag. Much needed points for Sister Slag to pull them back up a little closer.
Sister Slag, Nord losing one of their blockers as well. Lethal Mermaid making her way to the penalty box.
Mean Mia is through and picks up another 5 points for Sister Slag. And the Wildcards seem to be filling up the John B. Sitter penalty box. And it appears the Wildcards have picked up one more penalty. That'll be a wave around penalty as the penalty box is full of blockers right now for the Wildcards.
Mean Mia getting one last pass in there, putting 5 more points up on the board. And we have a tie game, 27-27.
I think this is going to be a seesaw battle.
I think this is not going to be the last time we've seen a tie or a lead change, anything like that. Smashley now jamming. They were able to stop that before Misery Business got released from the penalty box. Smashley picking up lead jammer just as Misery Business was released. Misery Business able to get through on her initial pass as well. Smashley taking a big open line on the inside. Gets through there, puts up 5 points.
Yes, it would appear that she picked up 5 points. All right, out jamming for the Wildcards is Nasty Nads. Animal out for Sister Slag. Animal is easily through as your lead jammer.
Nasty Nads getting held up still at the back of that pack. Animal finds her way through. Nord Wildcards were kind of busy doing offense. Didn't see that jammer coming up. Weren't able to switch over to D. 5 points going up on the board. That first pass for Animal.
Devil's Own has made her way to the penalty box to serve her time in the John B. Sitter sin bin. Booty Boop out jamming for the Sister Slag. Misery Business out for the Wildcards. Oh, and Booty Boop goes down hard on the outside of the track.
Misery Business out in front with lead jammer. Booty Boop getting out eligible to score as well. Misery Business through, calls it off after picking up a pair of points.
Lowride Her is back out as your jammer for the Wildcards, and Red Hot will be jamming for Sister Slag.
10-point spread now. Nickel City with 39, Nord 29 with 20 minutes left to go in this first period of gameplay. Lowride Her jamming for the Wildcards.
This is shaping up to be a game that it's going to come down to the wire, as we saw yesterday.
But it is Red Hot getting out in front, picking up lead jammer, and another jammer penalty going to the Wildcards. That is going to put Red Hot on a power jam for Sister Slag, starting it off with a single grand slam. That's 5 more points going up for her and the ladies in red.
Red Hot is easily through to get another grand slam for Sister Slag. And the penalty troubles continue for the Wildcards.
The last block. It looks like everybody from the Wildcards are in queue to go to the box.
With just one blocker on the track for the Wildcards, Red Hot is having no problem getting through, picking up grand slam after grand slam for Sister Slag.
And an official timeout being called on the floor.
All right. Canuck Derby TV. If you are watching us on Canuck Derby TV right now, let your friends know that they are missing a great game.
That's right, and there is all kinds of great information on the live stream over on the right. You see, we've got that chat where you can talk to all your friends about what's going on, what you like, what you don't like. And then right above there, there's that little thing that says more event details right there. If you click on that, there's all kinds of great information about all the things that we do like to talk about, where we got all our Salter watercrafts, or you can click to donate and help out Canuck Derby TV, getting these free high-definition live streams of all the great Canadian roller derby action that happens all over the place. Also, down at the bottom, grab that little slider and you can bring it back. Oh my God, what just happened there? I'm going to bring that back. Look at it one more time. You've got your very own DVR, your very own instant replay that you can watch over and over and over. Then if you want to, let's pop back to live. Let's see what's going on right now. I'm just going to click that back to the live action, and we are still under an official timeout in the live action.
Get on Facebook, get on Twitter. CanuckDerbyTV.com is where you want to be right now and for the rest of the day.
That's right. If you're at home watching this, tell your friends because it is great stuff to watch here. If you are in the venue and you're watching it or your team is playing in it, send out a Facebook blast to all your friends saying, hey, guess what? I'm on the internets right now in high def. You got to watch it.
In high def with high def.
It's so meta.
Send in your pictures, CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. We want to see the pictures of you partying it up and watching roller derby on Canuck Derby TV today.
That's right. We were asking for it all day yesterday. We had plenty of people sending in pictures of their viewing parties.
Of their cats watching.
Cats watching, babies watching with beers. It's a little early on a Sunday morning, but hey, you know.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. But send those in to CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. Even if you're in the venue watching, send a picture of that, too. They'll put that up on the live stream.
As long as you have pajamas on. Get some paper and some pens out.
There we go.
I do believe that was Wrecker Roxy, one of the Devils fans.
Yeah, make signs. We take all kinds of pictures here. We enjoy those.
All right. Get out some markers and some paper and make some signs. There we go. There's some signs right there. Nord Sister Slag, you've got some fans that are watching on Canuck Derby TV.
Booty
they made
boop.
signs for you guys.
Booty Boop, you have the cutest kids. By the way, they are on the internets holding up signs for Booty Boop.
Christine from Coburg. Jessica, I know that group. Jamie in London was watching yesterday. These are fantastic pictures. We'd love to see these fan pictures. Keep sending them in to us.
Hey, look, there's us.
I know those people. I know that. I recognize that hair.
That is us photobombing. Hey, there's us again. See, this is the fun stuff. You get to see pictures of yourself on there. Normally, you just get to see who's on TV, but not at Canuck Derby TV. We want to see you, too. And if you are in the audience and want people at home to, you want to wave at people at home, you can do it both on camera if we point it at you, or you can take a picture, send it on here, and we'll put it up on there as well.
And don't forget, if you are in the Windsor area, you want to be down at Average Joe's immediately following today's last game, where you can meet up with some Derby girls, have some food and drinks and good times at Average Joe's tonight on Lozon Parkway.
Absolutely.
There's some more Devils fans. That is Yogi Daria. Oh, we got another Sister Slag supporter. She sent her picture in.
And now we are back to the action.
If you've never seen a herd of zebra.
We're back to the track. We'll say that.
That was what a herd of zebra looked like in their natural habitat. All right, Derby fans, are you ready to get this game going? All right, we're just getting updated information. Still on an official timeout here. This time, let's get back to, if you are in the building right now, you'll want to go up to the concourse, visit some of our sponsors up there, get those raffle tickets, $2 each, 3 for $5. You could win 28-inch flat screen TV. Booster Juice is up there. We got Gus Ravenberg Kia, Sociopath Derby Clothing, Derby Bang Bang, all that's trendy. Something Unique by Lana, Rockin' Ramsey's Rockabilly and Pinup Emporium, Rumble and Rage Derby Shot, Sensi, and boy does that ever smell good up there. Party Lights is here, St. Flamingo, Levigator Press, and T. Harrier, Electric Skate, Jackson Skate, Sticks on Stones, Merchant School Sports. Don't forget to go see Gear Photo up there. Get some pictures with your team.
So I got some information about this official timeout and found out exactly what's going on. And this is interesting.
Do tell.
Nord had 3 in the box.
Yes.
Their jammer, 2 blockers in the box.
Yes.
They also had 3 on the track. They fielded an extra blocker. So on that first pass, because she passed 3 blockers on the track and 2 blockers and a jammer in the box, that right there was a 6-point pass.
That is like a Grand Slam plus.
With extra credit. So there we go, a 6-point pass.
Have we ever seen a 6-point?
I have, in fact, seen a 6-point pass.
I have not.
I saw once on video, but I didn't actually see it in person, a 7-point pass.
Wow.
A 7-point pass. The jammer fell down, the opposing jammer fell down and got lapped by the pack and the jammer twice.
Wow.
So it was like -2 passes for the opposing jammer, but you get points for each of those passes, quote unquote. So that was a 7-point pass. But right here, a 6-point pass for the 3 on the track and the 3 in the box.
All right, Connect Derby TV fans, we want to know what you think about this. Let's get some feedback on this 6-point pass that we just had. The Zebra crew is still talking about this. Sister Slag, captain and coach are out there. We got some jumping jacks going on over at the wild card bench. Keeping warm, keeping moving? Absolutely.
And afterwards, they can go out and relax thinking about it and talk about that 6-point pass on their very own boat that anybody can afford. Salter Watercraft.
I hear they're reasonably priced.
I know. They are very reasonably priced. They're inflatable, which makes them affordable. It is affordable watercrafts, affordable freedom.
And there it
from
is.
Salter Watercraft.
Salter
Find
Watercraft.
out more at salterboat.com.
Again, Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings. We have Red Bull on site. Roller Girl Vancouver, and D is for Derby Children's Wear. Later on today, Connect Derby TV fans, you will have the one and only Derby Nerd calling games for you. Derby Nerd is in the building. Country 95.9 and The Rock 100.7. Thank you for sponsoring this event. Gus Ravenberg, that's at 10,080 Tecumseh Road East, right here in Windsor. Big shout out to Red Bull, Leuna Local 625, Pure Water Brand, Canadian Auto Workers Local 444, and Erie Accent Pools. Go on up to the concourse while you have some time during the break and buy a t-shirt, buy some buttons. Support local roller derby.
So one more slight correction. 5 points got taken off of the board for the Nickel City Sister Slag because there was one pass where the jammer came through. There was a single blocker on the track, just one single opposing blocker on the track. She got knocked down. It was a no pass, no penalty. Because she didn't legally pass an opposing blocker on the track, she got 0 points for that pass because you don't get the ghost points until you pass one blocker.
Absolutely. Another interesting
points.
Situation.
And we are back to gameplay. We've got the Rebels Advocate as lead jammer for Sister Slag, and we've got Misery Business jamming for the Nord Wildcards.
Rebels Advocate calling off that jam.
Picks up 3 points going around the outside, frantically calling it off as she exits the track.
We have Sister Slag with 63 points and Wildcards sitting at 29 right now. Still very early in this bout.
And you know what? I mean, yesterday, Wildcards were down by 50, 60 points, and they came back to win that game last night. So even though the point spread is a little high right now, I would not count this game over in the least.
All right, we've got Mean Me out as your lead jammer for Sister Slag. Penalty trouble continuing for the Wildcards.
Nasty Nads out of the pack, jamming for the Wildcards. Mean Mia putting up 5 points.
Calling off that jam.
4 points. Putting up 4 points for Sister Slag.
Holding the Wildcards to no points for that jam. This is a really beautiful truck right here, High Def.
This was a gorgeous truck. I think I just kind of want to snuggle with it for a little while. I'm going to hang out on here.
I'm still fascinated by the step-up bumper in the back.
There's a beautiful step back here. You can get right up in here for your tailgating. Nice little handle. In fact, I think I'm going to call the rest of the bout from up here.
And I think they're going to have a sale soon of these trucks.
An illegal procedure. Major penalty going to Smashley, the jammer for Sister Slag. It looked like that probably was an illegal engagement before the whistle. That's the only thing I can think of that it would be an illegal procedure that it sent her to the box. And we've got 5-point grand slam on this now. Power jam for Low Ride Her and the Nord Wildcards.
Low Ride Her on another scoring pass, and she's taken out hard in turn 3. Low Ride Her has been given a track cut major and has gone to the penalty box.
That's right. Got called on that major track cut penalty. Her coach thought that the person who hit her out fell so she could go back in, told her to. She went back in, got called on that cut. That releases Smashley. Smashley through on her initial pass, coming up for her first scoring pass. Gets through there, puts up 5 more points for Sister Slag.
This jam is going to go the full 2 minutes as there is no more lead jammer.
That's right. Both jammers went to the box. And Smashley going back to the box.
Forearm penalty for Smashley. Off to the John B. Sitter penalty box. That's going to put the Wildcards back on a power jam.
And that must have just timed out perfectly because that was one of those every other things. Low Ride Her actually had to finish out the penalty time that Smashley served in the first penalty. It just happened to be that when she sat, the other jammer went. 4 more points going up for the Nord Wildcards. And we are under another official timeout.
It would appear so. And while we are up here on this official timeout, we are back up in this beautiful, beautiful pickup truck. Brought to you by Rose City Ford, this F-250 Super Duty pickup. Rose City Ford right here in Windsor has been owned by the Chisholm family for 32 years. And June 18th to the 22nd, they have a 120-hour sale, and you can go and get one of these beautiful F-250 trucks. It is just gorgeous.
That's right. Plenty of other Fords that are available at Rose City Ford. Personally, I'm a Fusion guy. That's what I like to drive.
I like the Edge.
That's right. That's right. We talked about this yesterday.
We did talk about this
Ford
yesterday.
people
The
love
ambient lighting.
Absolutely.
Fuel,
it's a
fuel
great
mileage
party
what?
vehicle.
It has ambient lighting.
So we are under another official timeout. It's not sure if it's an official review or just an official timeout called by the officials. But we do have the coach for the Nord Wildcards out there.
Again, I'd like to give a big thank you to the Border City Brawlers for putting on such an amazing tournament this weekend.
And
let's give a big hand to the Border City Brawlers.
And we can actually go back, if you are watching this on Canuck Derby TV, you can actually go back and watch the play and say, hey, what did exactly happen there? Was that in fact a penalty? You've got your own DVR right here, and you can go back and watch it while we are under this official timeout. And if you come back and you've missed a little bit, well, just go back a little bit more, and you can be just a few seconds behind. And then the next official timeout, just call it back. And do make sure you click on that more info link, and you can see all of our sponsors, including Salter Watercraft, Holiday Inn and Suites, Pivot Star. You can also click to donate to help out Canuck Derby TV. Is that support our work right at the top there.
We have the chat going down the side. Live chat happening right now. Give a shout out to Lori Black. She's a ref from up around my area. She's following closely, and I'm sure she has something to say about what's going on today.
Misery Business, the only jammer out there now. She's jamming for Nord Wildcards. Able to get out, pick up lead jammer for them. The only person in the penalty box right now, Smashley, still serving that penalty from the last jam.
Misery Business on a scoring pass. Has made her way through.
She picks up 5 points. Another grand slam going up for the Wildcards, who are getting back into this 43-72 in favor of Nickel City right now.
Pinky and DePayne has visited the John B. Sitter penalty box.
Misery Business calls it off as Smashley still standing in the penalty box. So Nord will have a few seconds to try and get lead jammer before Smashley re-enters play.
Nasty Nads will be out jamming for the Wildcards. She will be starting this on a brief power jam.
And lead jammer is called for Nasty Nads. Got her hips passed, but still got hung up a little bit by Violent Fembot. Was able to get out. Smashley, though, able to get out of the box, through the pack, eligible to score. Nasty Nads taking that inside line. Calls it off after picking up 3 points.
Holding Smashley to no score for that jam.
Getting a little bit closer now, 21 points between these two teams with 12 minutes left to go in the first half of gameplay.
Fans in the stands, are you enjoying this bout? I see the Durham Devils have come out to support roller derby. Durham Devils down at the end of the track over there.
Durham Devils lost 2 games yesterday.
Very close games.
By a grand total of 3 points.
Absolutely. Heartbreaking. They fought hard.
They may not have come out on top, but they gave us some very, very fun derby to watch. So big thanks to Durham Devils. Red Hot calling it off. Red Hot picks up 2 points, 1 point going up on the board for Lowride Her and the Wildcards.
That's going to put Sister Slag at 74 points, and the Wildcards sitting at 52 right now with 11 minutes to go in this first half.
Misery Business on the jammer line, standing next to Anna Mall. Anna Mall really hasn't been doing all that much jamming for Sister Slag yet this game.
No, she did a lot of jamming yesterday. Couple times. Both jammers through the pack, and we have a jammer foot race.
Anna Mall out in front, but not by much.
Hip check Liddell has made her way to the John B. Sitter penalty box.
3 points going up for Sister Slag. 2 points going up for the Nord Wildcards. And if you do have some time, make sure you head on up to the concourse. Check out all of our great vendors up there. There's a ton of them. It's like a shopping mall for Derby up there. Hey, Dirt, you're on TV. Dirt would like to say hello to Jaja Kapow, who's watching back in London, Ontario. I would too. Lead jammer going to Booty Boop. I'm sure her 3 adorable children are cheering their hearts out right now.
It shows the closeness of these two teams. Betty Boop's fans showing support for both Sister Slag and Northern Ontario Roller Derby.
Booty Boop round the outside, picks up 4 points for Sister Slag.
No points on the board for the Wildcards for that jam. Smashley and Lowrider are your jammers for this jam.
Nord Wildcards had a great showing at the after party last night at Average Joe's.
That's fantastic.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Had a couple drinks, a couple nachos with some of them last night. Smashley getting out front, picking up lead jammer. Lowride Her still stuck in that pack, going down on that front straight.
Just one blocker to beat. Lowride Her jukes around to the inside, and she is through.
Shrugs off that hit from Red Hot. Smashley working on just one blocker, gets through. She puts up 4 points.
Just as Hip Check Liddell is released from the penalty box, both teams will be starting full strength. Misery Business on the jammer line for the Wildcards. The Rebels advocate for Sister Slag.
Misery Business and the Rebels advocate both trying to take that middle.
Misery Business is out.
Misery Business picking up a major track cut, though, sitting down in the box, and we have another Sister Slag power jam. That is not what the Wildcards needed.
Rebels Advocate is easily through to pick up a grand slam for Sister Slag. They will be one blocker short, however, as Anna Mall has just picked up a low blocking penalty, and she will be in the John B. Sitter penalty box for a minute.
No pack called just before that. Four points going up on the board after a no pass, no penalty.
Rebels Advocate on another scoring pass. No pack situation. They must let her through. Just as Misery Business is poised to come back on the track, the Rebels Advocate calls off that jam, not before picking up more points. for Sister Slag.
That will put Sister Slag over the 100-point threshold. Now with a 50-point lead, 104 to 54 in favor of Sister Slag. Little over 6 minutes left to go in this first half of Derby play. And still starting on that power jam, Mean Mia, the only jammer out there. Not all of the blockers. One blocker in the box for Nickel City. And
Misery Business will be on a power jam.
Major track cut going to the Nickel City jammer around the outside. Misery Business now on a power jam of her own, picking up a grand slam. Gets hit to the inside by Booty Boop. Got booped by Booty Boop's booty, as you could say.
All right, Animal has been released from the sin bin, and she is back on the track.
Another 5-point pass. And towing around on that inside line. Dancing through that pack. 5 more points going up for Misery Business.
These are some much-needed points to cut that 50-point deficit down for the Wildcards.
Spinning around, going backwards, sticking those hips out, touching them, calling it off after picking up another 5 points. 3 points, though, getting called in. 3 points? Oh, I guess it wasn't. I guess she didn't pick up 5 points. I guess she picked up 4 points on that last
Okay, she
pass.
picked up 4 points. We have a timeout called by the Wildcards.
Timeout being called by the Nord Wildcards.
That is going to give us time to remind you that if you are in the Windsor area, get on down here. We still have some amazing roller derby bouts for you today. And do not forget that immediately after the closing of today's final, the presentation of awards, there will be an after party at Average Joe's, Lozon Parkway, where you can come and have some food and drinks with your favorite derby girls. If you've never been to a roller derby after party, that is the place to be in Windsor today.
Absolutely, and we'd like to send a big thank you out to Country 95.9 and the Rock 100.7 for being huge supporters of this tournament, and the Border City Brawlers. Big thanks as well to the Border City Brawlers for putting on this great tournament. This has been a whole lot of fun. I would not hesitate to come back to a tournament right here. Also, thanks to Rose City Ford for this fantastic announcer table. Love this. And we've got a dance party on the floor.
"30-second dance party. Fans in the stands, get on your feet. Show these ladies some love." On your feet, fans. Let's go.
Team captains getting at it too.
Durham Devils, come on. Where's your dance moves?
Chair dancing from the Durham Devils.
They had some after partying last night. Chair dancing is probably good.
Chair dancing as well from the bench of Sister Slag.
Absolutely.
Fun stuff. You know, we just like to.
Derby girls like to have
We've
fun.
got to think of something to do while we've got official timeouts, you know?
Can't always hum the Jeopardy theme.
No, that only lasts so long.
Yeah.
You know, but it does encourage, you know, all right, you got to figure it out by the end of the song. Gotta figure it out.
Hey, look, there we are in that
are.
beautiful Ford F-250.
And we could photobomb your viewing party pictures right now.
Hi. Viewing party.
In the background. So
and here we go. We've got some viewing party pictures happening right now.
That's right. Take those pictures of you watching this bout. I know Jaja Kapow's out there watching.
Oh.
Jaja, I challenge you to take a
supporters.
picture of you watching the bout and send it in. Blowing whistles at the screen.
What boat is that? That looks like Sister Slag. Again, there's the Coburg crew.
So take those pictures, send them in to Canuck Derby TV at gmail.com.
Windsor Spitfires logo was in the back of that one. That person has no reason to be watching Canuck Derby TV. They should be down here seeing it live. Again, there's us from that beautiful Rose City Ford F-250. Okay, just be quiet. We don't want to spook them.
No?
But just over there, there's a herd of zebra.
It's 5. Wait, 6. A 6 is joined.
6, a herd of zebra. Has anyone ever seen a herd of zebra in their natural habitat? I direct you to the center of the track.
A 6th is over talking to the hyenas. I think that's...
The hyenas, yes.
That must be the leader.
That'll be dinner later.
And it looks like we are ready to get back to the skating action.
Nasty Nads is on your track as the only jammer on the track currently. She will have a brief power jam.
104 to 73 in favor of Sister Slag from Sudbury, Ontario.
And a 31-point deficit can be closed in one good power jam. This is still anyone's bout.
And we are switching up power jams one more time as Nasty Nads is making her way to the penalty box after picking up a major track cut penalty for the Nord Wildcards. And out of the box, Mean Mia picks up lead jammer for Sister Slag. Jumped the apex early, but then got caught up by a big 3-wall of Nord blockers. Definitely not an easy pass on that one for Mean Mia, but does get through, picks up 4 points.
Yes, 4 points. It would appear she has picked up on that jam.
Must have been a no pass, no penalty that I didn't see.
Mean Mia on another scoring pass. 2 blockers to beat, and they have to yield to her. She is through and picks up 5 more points for Sister Slag. And we have a skater down on the track. Incidental contact is something that does happen in Derby.
Definitely an unfortunate accident there as Nasty Nads went down into the back of Hexadecimal. Hexadecimal fell backwards and landed right on the face of Nasty Nads. Just sat right upon her head.
It looked painful. These are the incidental contact things that do happen in this sport, in any contact sport.
Is able to move around, though, so clearly no neck injuries.
And our wonderful St. John's ambulance medics will be taking her over to assess her and make sure that she's okay. Thank you again to St. John's Ambulance for being here today. Without medics on site, we would not be able to play these games and put on the show for you.
Hopefully Nasty Nads comes out of this.
Nasty Nads has been having a great game today. Is it? All right, so as we continue on this official timeout, let me again remind you to visit Salter Watercraft. Salter Watercraft, the highest quality inflatable boats at the most affordable prices. Salter is affordable freedom. Find out more at salterboat.com.
We would also like to thank, if you don't have a body of water to take a boat to, have your own body of water in your backyard. Erie Accent Pools. able to hook you up with a nice little kidney-shaped pool probably, or any other shape that you want in your backyard. Erie Accent Pools, serving Windsor and all of Lower Ontario.
Maybe you could get a small boat from Salter Watercraft. They're inflatable. You could.
That's right. An inflatable
paddle
boat
around
probably
your pool.
could fit in an Accent pool.
That would
you
be.
probably couldn't go very far.
No, good exercise.
Yeah. I don't think you'd need a motor on the back of that one.
All right, let's again remind you, Average Joe's tonight. If you are in the Windsor area, you want to be at Average Joe's tonight. Immediately following the presentation of the awards after the final game, there will be a whole lot of roller derby girls there. Come see your favorite derby girls, have some food and drinks at Average Joe's on Lausanne Parkway. Let's give a shout out to Pivot Star for supplying the new uniforms for the Border City Brawlers. Pivot Star? Pivot Star supplied the new uniforms for the Border City Brawlers. They were pretty stylish yesterday. And again, the Holiday Inn and Suites in Windsor.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was not Nasty Nats that went down. That was Pinky into Pain over there.
That would explain the pink hair.
Landed upon Nasty Nats, of course, was in the penalty box.
That is right.
And just out of the penalty box. And engaging the pack. Meanwhile,
Animal.
4 points going up for Animal.
Animal on another scoring pass. She gets through and calls off that jam before Nasty Nads is able to pick up any points. She puts 3 more up for Sister Slag. We have the wild card sitting at 73 points right now. Sister Slag with 120 points, just over 2 minutes remaining in this first half.
One thing that I didn't notice until quite a ways through that last bout of the Nord wildcards is they actually had quite a few, actually many of these girls are wearing the same tights. Very wild print tights. Very cool there for the wildcards. And a major track cut going to Misery Business. That is at least her 3rd jammer penalty.
Booty Boop is your lead jammer.
But not anymore, as she picks up a major track cut of her own and a very short-lived power jam for Sister Slag. She will be sitting down in the penalty box, popping Misery Business.
Misery Business will have not so short a penalty jam, or power jam, sorry, as she will be released from the penalty box. This jam is going to go the full 2 minutes.
Misery Business through on that inside, pump just on one skate, pumping her leg like we saw her do so many times yesterday.
Misery Business taken down hard in turn 4. She is, however, through and picks up 5 points for the Wildcards. As Booty Boop is through, picking up 4 points for Sister Slag. Fresh out of her stint in the John B. Sitter penalty box.
Misery Business in and through, picking up another 4 points for the Wildcards.
Booty Boop on another scoring pass, as is Misery Business. Both jammers are through, picking up 4 more points. Well, 5 points, 5 points for the Wildcards.
Not sure how that happened, since they appeared to be on the same pass, and a big hit sends Betty Boo falling to the inside. Misery Business through, picks up 4 points.
And the time has expired on the clock.
No points going up for Sister Slag on that last pass, and that will take us into the halftime. Our halftime score, 128 for the Nickel City Sister Slag, 91 points up on the board for the Nord Wild Cards.
That is your half. All right, Canuck Derby TV fans, While you're getting your nachos and your drinks and everything refreshed before the next half of this game, don't forget to send some pictures into canuckderbytv@gmail.com.
That's right. Thanks again for watching. Thanks for coming out and watching in person. It's definitely a great time out here. Hopefully it's a great time at home as well. My name is High Death.
I am Jack Zolotopus.
And coming to you from the Rose City Ford F-250 pickup truck / announcer table. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being here. Go check out the Derby Shopping Mall on the concourse, and we will see you back here in about 9 minutes.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? And as I'm walking down this road, blinded by the lights, people I've never met, stories I've never heard. Well, I guess that I should have known not to leave my heart at your door. What if it was you? What if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? Would you want me to save you? Bow down and take me by the hand. Would you want me to love you? I don't know if I can. What if it was you? 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 Oh yeah, 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 what if it was you? What if it was you? Was you, was you, was you?
All right. Well, we are just sitting here waiting for some information. And wait a minute. Something's happening with the camera. What's
Appears to be
going on?
some sort of earthquake.
Some sort of event is happening here. The camera is shaking.
Somebody's really
We're not
excited.
sure what's going on here. Wait,
What?
there's something going on back at the broadcast desk.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness! What? There
What did
seems
they
to be
do?
an altercation
Oh.
between AJ
Uh-oh.
and between Johnny Capote. The doctor is.
What's
he doing?
There's so much
Oh my
wire.
goodness!
Where's that wire coming from?
There's
That doesn't look
wire.
good.
He's just,
Oh no.
Oh, he's pulled a mitt full of wire out of the. It's. Oh no! What is
look
he
at that
doing?
unsteady
And
footage
AJ
now.
is. AJ is ticked. AJ. He's
Oh, no!
giving him the gears. Oh my God! He's giving
Oh,
Johnny the
gosh.
gears. I can't believe that. That is. Oh my
Oh,
goodness!
no.
Oh, the humanity. Oh. He's giving, and now he's up. But Johnny's
he's trying
not
to make
taking-
it up to him.
Johnny's not taking any of his crap. Johnny is not taking any of his crap in this case. It's not going to happen.
Holy crap! I can't even believe that.
Holy crap! I can't believe that happened either. Wow.
Oh, they're taping it down.
Yeah,
they're taping it in place. It's okay.
I
It's
think
set
they-
now.
I think they may have things settled down
That
now.
was close. We fixed it, guys.
Wow.
Luckily, that was
Okay.
during an official
Oh,
review.
we got a thumbs up. I guess
it's
I guess
safe.
they've kissed and made up.
Good.
Yeah, that's right. We don't need to see the kissing though. Definitely do not need to see the kissing. Well, we are still in a timeout situation. The score is sitting here at Shipyard Sirens 159 to Lumbersmacks 132.
Here we are at Kane's Harley Diner, the original location of Kane's Harley Davidson dealership here in Calgary, Alberta. Let's go see what's cooking. Here we are standing on what was once the showroom floor of Kane's Harley-Davidson, now the only diner of its kind in Canada, and I'm joined by the manager, Aaron Lind. Would you mind taking us on a little bit of a tour?
I would love to.
Let's do it.
This is obviously from the shop, and we try to switch it up a couple of times a year, something nice for the window, people who walk by.
What is the Fat Boy Challenge?
Fat Boy Challenge, it's 16 ounces of hamburger, and good luck trying to get through it, but each one of these people have.
Oh my God, you've got bacon, you've got beer, you've got motorcycles,
Yeah.
all in the same room.
And good-looking women.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time. You even have restrooms.
We even have restrooms. What do you know?
So I've been made aware there's a couple of special guests that are part of this building, known as extraterrestrials or ghosts or something of that nature. What's going on with that?
There's a few ghosts here. I believe one of them used to work at the dealership way back in the day, probably in the early 50s. Hey.
Let's do the basement.
We're in the basement.
It's usually the only room people let me in. Here we go. I may not come back. You may not appreciate that. Goodness, it is not meant for people that are of normal height. So far, it's not very spooky. Oh, wow. God, just one person eat one of those, or is that something you share with a family of 4?
Hey, this is exactly where my staff has seen the ghost, standing right by this vault door with his arms crossed like this.
I'm getting chills. I think it's time to go back to the dining room. That wraps it up for us here at Kane's Harley Diner. Make sure this is one of the stops that you make next time you're in Calgary, Alberta. Great food, friendly people, and a really unique history, all under one roof. Here we are standing on the showroom floor of Kane's Harley-Davidson as it stands today. And I'm joined by my friend John Curry. And if it's cool with you, I'd love to take a tour of the classic Harley-Davidson collection.
Absolutely, let's do it. Here we have a 1942 4.5. It's a civilian version of the Army bike. Now we have an Electra Glide, an older classic Electra Glide, one of the most popular bikes in the 50s and 60s. This bike here is from the 30s. It's one of the old kickstart bikes, Springer front end, classic bike.
Right on. Well, thanks for showing us some of your classic bikes here. That's going to wrap it up for us here at Kane's Harley-Davidson, where you can find everything new and classic.
So we are back, but not quite back yet. We are having a little bit of a delay for an injury on the track. It looks like Tough Nut Tilly, as soon as she skated off of the track, had something tweak in her neck, so they are actually putting her on a backboard. They're going to take her to go get checked out right now, so we are still under an injury timeout for that. We will be back shortly, though, with the second half of this game between the Nord Wildcards and Nickel City's sister Slag. But our thoughts right now, just making sure that Tough Nut Tilly is going to remain healthy, and hopefully this injury is not too bad. But we will be back shortly with the second half of play. Make sure you stay tuned right here in the venue and on CanuckDerbyTV.com.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
we are back live and in person at the WFCU Center in Windsor, Ontario for the Rdac East Region playoffs. Game 2 of the day going into the second half. This game featuring the Nord Wildcards versus the Nickel City Roller Derby Sister Slag.
Absolutely. It has been some exciting action so far this morning.
It absolutely has. We are now sitting at a score of 128 for Sister Slag, 91 for Nord. And had a bit of a delay. We had some injuries. Tough Nut Tilly had a neck injury, not sure, or neck or back injury. Not entirely sure what it was.
She did skate off on her own power and went to the bench.
She did. She skated off on her own power, but then when she sat, it was definitely a whole lot of pain. So the medics came, put her on a backboard, took her away just to take every precaution possible just to make sure that everything was good there. And a big shout out to St. John's Ambulance.
Yeah, let's give a big hand to St. John's Ambulance right now for being here.
Absolutely. Our medics
Thank you so much.
Very, very attentive, and there were more injuries than medics here, it seemed like, going into that halftime. But we are back in Derby action now, and Misery Business starting off, picking up lead jammer for the Wildcards. Rebels Advocate jamming for Sister Slag. Misery Business getting knocked to the inside, recovers, gets around the outside, calls it off after putting up 4 points for the Wildcards. Quick introductions. My name is High Death.
And I am Jaxolotopus.
And we are going to be bringing you all of the play-by-play and everything right here live into your ears and through your computers.
On Canuck Derby TV.
That's right. And we would like to thank Gus Grovenberg Kia in Windsor, Ontario for being huge supporters of not only this tournament but the Border City Brawlers, our host league for this tournament, and they are doing a spectacular job as well. Low Ride Her getting out front, picking up lead jammer for the Wildcards. Mean Mia taking a little bit of a knock from Joni Bitchell, but staying in bounds, able to score. Quick moving pack, a lot of work for Low Ride Her. Gets around on the outside, calls it off, and does collect all 4 of those points. Nord crawling back into this thing, now just 29 points below the score of Sister Slag and just 1 point away from hitting that 100-point mark.
And just
completely
a quick,
arbitrary, but it's got zeros in it, so we talk about it.
Just a quick correction from the first half. I did say that Pivot Star had supplied the new uniforms for the Border City Brawlers. That is not the case. But if you would like to get some new uniforms for your team, by all means, contact Pivot Star.
Pivot Star is making new uniforms, and they are gorgeous uniforms. They've actually got some up here on the concourse at the WFCU Center. And a major track cut penalty going to Red Hot from Sister Slag. She's going to sit down in the penalty box. That's going to start a power jam for the Nord Wildcards. Nasty Nads on that power jam. She's had amazing luck in her power jams. Well, I don't know that it's luck, but she's had great scoring in her power jams before in the games yesterday.
There may have been a little bit of skill involved.
Definitely some skill involved. It was not all luck. And some skill right there, spinning off of that hit, putting up a grand slam. 5 points going up for Nord, putting them over the 100-point mark. Jukes around El Hor, the last blocker to pass. 10 points already up on the board for her.
It would appear that the Wildcards are waging a comeback right now.
No pack called. Pack reformed. Nasty Nads calling it off after putting 1 more grand slam up on the board. That was a 15-point jam, getting them ever closer to the Sister Slag score of 128. Now just 14 points below that.
Misery Business on the track for the Wildcards. Red hot on her feet. Less than 10 seconds left. Misery Business will be starting on a short power jam. Just a reminder to everybody here, the next bouts will be delayed a little bit. The next bout will be at 2 p.m. followed by the final at 4 p.m.
That's right. They were scheduled at 1 and 3, but due to delays early on this morning and that medical delay that we had, we're going to have to push those back just 1 hour. Misery Business scoots out in front of Violent Fembot, but right behind her, Red Hot pushes Misery Business out of bounds as she calls it off, almost taking out Dirt, but he managed to stay on his feet.
And it's nice to see the Derby love between the two jammers there. They get up, they smile, pat each other, make sure they're okay.
And that was another major penalty going to Red Hot. Not sure what it was.
But she is sitting in the John B. Sitter penalty box.
It looked like it was maybe an illegal procedure, a hit after the call-off, perhaps. So we are back on a Nord Power Jam. This time, low ride her, getting through on the inside to pick up lead jammer. This jam brought to you by Red Bull, giving you wings and giving wings to low ride her. Wings enough to get a grand slam. 5 more points for her. 119 now for Nord.
We have a 9-point bout.
9
Nord's
points.
still in a power jam.
Nord has been the comeback team so far. They've come back from 50, 60-point deficits in a number of games already.
Absolutely.
Getting knocked down hard, falling backwards, but recovers. A little bit of face-to-face blocking there from Booty Boop.
And
Gets
Booty
taken
Boop is
down
leveled
hard by Permanent Wave. Lowride her calling that one off. 3 more points going up for Nord. Just 1 point down, ladies and gentlemen. Another 1-point game.
We have another official timeout on the track. It's nice to see the other teams out supporting roller derby. We have the Durham Devils that have come out to watch some great roller derby action. We've got the G-Stars up in the stands up there watching the games.
So we are now under an official review, it appears. This one called by Sister Slag. Not sure if they're contesting that jammer penalty going into that last bout, but definitely talking about something with head ref Samiracle.
And let's give a shout out to our Zebra crew. Show some love for our referees that come out and volunteer their time.
They've been working very hard.
And our NSOs in those bright yellow shirts. When you're passing one of those bright yellow shirts today, say thank you.
Everyone loves the NSOs.
We love all our volunteers in roller derby because without these amazing people coming out and giving their time, we wouldn't be able to put on these amazing bouts.
We'd like to thank some of the Border City Brawlers sponsors here, the sponsors of this tournament. We would not be in this beautiful facility doing this tournament without these. Oh, there are some of our NSOs. Hey, lineup. No, not the lineup trackers. Hey, scorekeepers, wave.
Scorekeepers.
Wave, scorekeepers.
Scorekeepers, wave.
No, not to us, to
Hi.
them. That way. There you go. Those are our NSOs keeping track of the score. And it looks like whatever they were talking about got sorted out because we were back ready to go to Derby action. But we wanted to thank rollergirl.ca. Roller skates, derby gear, and accessories. Check them out, rollergirl.ca.
Both teams at full strength. Misery Business and Smashley are your jammers. Wonder Woman taken down hard at the back of the pack. Smashley is through as your lead jammer for Sister Slag.
Misery Business going down on a red hot low block.
And it would appear Misery Business,
though, picking up a major track cut penalty. Got hit to the inside. Thought it was Smashley who hit her out, so went right back in. It was not Smashley, so that track cut penalty She is sitting, but she won't be for long as Smashley picks up a track cut penalty of her own. Smashley sits, Misery Business stands and skates. Smashley with just a few seconds to sit in the penalty box now, as Misery Business had only just gotten there. But we are going for the full 2 minutes now. Another 50 seconds of nonstop derby. Misery Business through on what appears to be her initial pass.
And with both jammers back on the track, we have about 40 seconds of jammers racking up points.
Five points going up for each jammer.
Red Hot is released from the John B. Sitter penalty box. Both teams now at full strength. Smashley is returning to the John B. Sitter penalty box. Misery Business now on a power play. Power jam.
3 more points going up for Misery Business on another Nord Power Jam, as Smashley once again sitting in the penalty box. The John B. Sitter Criminal and Traffic Attorneys penalty box.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new roller derby bout. Both teams with 139 points.
Another tie game. This is spectacular derby. I love seeing these two teams play right here.
Just over 21 minutes remaining in this bout.
Nasty Nads, the only jammer out there, pacing back and forth, looking for the hole.
Nasty Nads is out as your lead jammer. Sister Slag has taken control of this pack, and they are speeding it up.
Nasty Nads dodging a couple hits, just getting a little shove from El Hor, doesn't push her out of bounds, puts up a grand slam for Northern Ontario Roller Derby. Now up by 5. We are officially calling that one a lead change.
Looks like Anna Mall has taken a back blocking penalty, and she'll be headed to the John B. Sitter.
Chantilly Mace as well picking up a direction and gameplay penalty. Nasty Nads calling it off, getting knocked down to the ground as she calls it off. 2 more points going up for them, and we now have a 13-point lead for the Northern Ontario Roller Derby Wildcards.
Both teams will be starting this jam down 1 blocker.
Low ride her jamming for Nord. Mean Mia jamming for Sister Slag. And around the outside, getting out first, putting up lead jammer. Low ride her. Skating for the wild cards.
Mean Mia has fought her way through as well. Low ride her is taken out on the inside. Mean Mia on a scoring pass, and she has 1 blocker to pass and is taken down.
4 points going up, and another track cut penalty going to Sister Slag. This time Mean Mia, the jammer, getting that penalty, and we're on another Nord Power Jam.
Not for long, though, as low ride her. Nope. Oh, no.
No, that was an out-of-play call on Booty Boop, just called by the jam ref for low ride her. Low ride her round the outside. Another 5-point grand slam. 5 blockers on the track for a moment there for Nord.
Absolutely. We have 4 blockers on the track and 1 in the box for the wild cards.
That still doesn't work. That's still too many
still
players
too many
technically
players.
in play.
Lowrider calls off that jam.
4 more points going up for her, but 4 points as well going up for Nickel City. Mean Mia able to come out of the box, put up some points there.
We have another official timeout. I think we need to straighten out the penalty situation here.
Got to figure out what was going on there, because even though she was sent off of the track, she was sent to the penalty box, so still counted in scoring.
Absolutely.
So there
that
were still
5
technically
blockers.
6 players involved from Nord. So back to official timeout. Hopefully a good dance song is about to come on that music that's going over there.
Do we have some dance music over there? Do we have a 30-second dance party set up? All of you people watching this live stream today on Canuck Derby TV, please send us your party photos. CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com.
That's right. If you're having your own official timeout dance party at home, we want to see it. There we go, right there.
Absolutely. That looks like a party. That looks like Flaming Hips from Kingston.
And that was Miss Buster.
Look at the fantastic Derby fans. You get a thumbs up there. Again, there's Booty Boop's kids supporting Nord and Sister Slag.
Booty Boop, your kids were up on the internet again. And I did hear that my challenge was accepted by Jaja Kapow, so we should be seeing a picture of
Christine and Jessica and the Coburg crew.
We should be seeing a referee blowing her whistle at the screen.
Now, this person here is in Windsor. I see a Spitfires logo in the background. I think you need to come down to the track. See some Dirt hats there? Durham Region Roller Derby fans. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the one and only Derby Nerd in the house today. Derby Nerd will be doing the live feed for all you Canuck Derby TV fans, calling the final game for us.
As well as the incomparable Lightning Slim as well. He's going to be calling some bouts over here.
Derby Nerd, Lightning Slim, come on up, give a wave. All right.
Curtain call for them. They'll be on the stream. You'll be able to see them and hear them coming up on Canuck Derby TV. Unfortunately, won't be getting the.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Derby Nerd, Lightning Slim. Hey.
Hey, all right. Good to see you.
Good to have you. Canuck Derby TV fans, you are in for a treat with these 2 calling games later on today.
Absolutely. They will be calling the next 2 games, which will be happening at 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. respectively. The 3rd place game and the 1st and 2nd place game, the championship bout, coming at 4 p.m. You guys just came back from Toronto's championship last night, isn't that right? And
Death Track Dolls.
Death Track
Dolls of Toronto
taking
Roller
the
Derby.
championship for Tord. Must have been a fantastic bout to see.
Hi, Death.
Yes.
After the final game and the presentation of the trophies and awards, could you please let these 2 gentlemen know where we should be going?
Oh, yes. Guys, we are going to Average Joe's right around the corner. If you're watching at home, anywhere in Windsor area, if you are in the arena, you are definitely going to want to come to Average Joe's.
Lozon Parkway.
Which is perfect. As Lightning Slim says,
Average
he is
Joes.
actually an Average Joe. We will all
Absolutely.
fit in perfectly.
And there will be
right there.
Derby girls at Average Joe's. It's going to be a roller derby after party. We all know what those are like.
And we are back playing after the official timeout game is over. Smashley getting out front, picking up lead jammer for Sister Slag.
I must point out that lead change from the 139 tie. We now have Nord with 175, Sister Slag at 143.
Nasty Naz wiping something nasty off of her hand after that jam got called off. Didn't pick up any points for Nord, nor were any points scored for Sister Slag, so our score remains the same, 175-143 in favor of Northern Ontario Roller Derby.
Just under 17 minutes remaining in this half. Still a whole lot of roller derby to be played.
Mean Mia jamming for Sister Slag. Misery Business wearing the panty for Wild Cards. And it is Misery Machine picking up lead jammer for the Wild Cards.
Chantilly Mace will be headed to the John B. Sitter penalty box.
Misery Business getting knocked out of bounds. Picking up 3 points, though.
Winner of this bout will face the G-Stars to see who is going to play the Misfit Militia at 4 p.m. for the championship.
And whoever it is going to have quite a bout ahead of them. Misfit Militia has really been coming on strong. Coming on strong this jam. And a Mall picking up lead jammer for the Sister Slag. Lowride her getting out of the pack shortly behind her as well.
And coming out on display are the amazing first, second, and third place trophies. Somebody has put a lot of time and effort into creating these trophies. They're beautiful.
Oh, we got some flair added to the trophies. If you checked them out yesterday, you're going to want to come and check them out again today. We've got them right on the edge of this Rose City Ford F-250 pickup truck.
It's beautiful F-250. Heavy duty. Moment to photobomb a picture of the awards that will be presented. I'd like to remind all teams that there will be awards for every team that has participated.
And a beautiful apex jump there by Smashley, getting through, picking up a grand slam. That's right, a handful of points going up for Sister Slag, looking to come back from this. And another little hop there, getting through for another grand slam. Smashley already with 10 points on this jam.
Nasty Nads running into all kinds of red shirts at the back of that pack.
It is not a power jam, but Smashley is certainly treating it like one, putting on yet another grand slam. 15 points already, and we're going to throw a few more on top of that. Another 4 goes up. That was a 19-point jam with the opposing jammers still on the track.
That was
stuck in that pack for 3 passes and another pass where she had gotten out. Total of 19 points there, and that was the beginning of Nickel City's comeback.
Absolutely. That was some impressive defense.
Now just
the Nickel City
18
blockers.
Points.
18 points separates the two teams. We just saw 19 points picked up without a power jam situation, so this is still anybody's bout today. I think we're in for an exciting finish.
And lead jammer goes to Booty Boop, who comes out behind, but a no pass, no penalty stopped Misery Business from picking up lead jammer. Major track cut going to Alexia Scarshard as that jam was being called off. So 1 blocker down will be Nickel City.
2 blockers in the box for Nord.
Oh, 2 blockers in the box for Nickel City as well. Their pivot and one of the blockers. And this is something we saw once yesterday, but we just had blockers starting on the pivot line. Haven't seen that much recently.
We have treats.
We do have treats.
We were just brought some strawberry sunshine by Booster Juice. Booster Juice would like me to inform you that following this game, Booster Juice smoothies will be half price. Half price Booster Juice smoothies. I'm going to try this strawberry sunshine right now, and I will let you know how it is.
That's right. If you just finished a bout, or if you're about to finish a bout, Booster Juice, it's a recovery drink. It's a recovery meal in a glass. Great fruit, great protein. Smashley getting through there, picking up lead jammer. Again for Sister Slag. Nasty Nads jamming for Nord. Giving quite a chase. Smashley getting knocked out, calling it off. Holding scoreless. Nobody putting up any points on that one.
This strawberry sunshine has a nice bouquet.
Does it now?
It has a lovely bouquet. It rolls quite nicely on the palate.
That is a good smoothie right there.
I'm detecting strawberry and maybe some mango.
So if you want one of your own, Booster Juice is up on the concourse. They are making smoothies all day. If you need something to help you get your body back after playing a couple bouts, that'd be the way to do it.
Thank you, Booster Juice, for hydrating us as well.
Misery Business with lead jammer for Nord. Already back around and through. Starting on the inside, cutting to the outside, getting around, picking up 4 points, calling it off. Nord stretching out their lead now 22 points with 10:20 left to go in this bout.
Mean Mia held scoreless for Sister Slag. Reminder, the next bout will be at 2 p.m., not 1 p.m. 2 p.m. for the next bout. 4 p.m. for the finals. This bout is underway. Rebels Advocate out for Sister Slag, and she is taken down hard in turn 1. Low Ride Her is your lead jammer. Low Ride Her on a scoring pass. She is through. Calls off the jam. Four points picked up by the Wildcards. Sister Slag held scoreless for that jam.
So both of these teams have lost one bout, and this is a double elimination tournament.
Absolutely.
So whichever team loses this bout is done. They can take off their gear, take a shower, and actually smell nice for the rest of the day. The team that wins, they win the opportunity to play the next game.
To play the G-Stars that are sitting up and watching to see who their competition's going to be.
That's right. We've got 8.5 minutes, almost 9 minutes left in this bout, and our next bout starts in less than an hour.
Absolutely. Nasty Nads is your lead jammer for the Wildcards. El Hor hot on her heels. She dances her way through for 4 points and calls off that jam before El Hor is able to pick up any points. Hip Chuck Liddell has picked up a penalty and will hit the John B. Sitter penalty box.
Team timeout being called by Legsy Megsy from the Nickel City Sister Slag.
Legsy Megsy, who does play for the Durham Devils, has two sisters that play for Sister Slag.
Hi.
Okay.
And we have a guest here, Payne Eyre.
Hi.
Payne Eyre.
Hi, how's it going? I'll use your microphone.
So, Payne Eyre, you are holding a book here, and it has your name on it. Not your namesake, but your actual name. Tell us about this book.
Well, it has both of my names on it. It's small letters, my real name, and big letters, my derby name, because that's the important one, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But tell us about this book.
It is my book called Talking Derby, Stories from a Life on 8 Wheels. It was written in the last year and a half about my experiences with an emerging derby league. It's been a fantastic experience getting it published.
Excellent. And now I understand some of these proceeds are going to charity. Is that correct?
Well, the way it works is that leagues can actually contact Black Moss Press, and that's the publisher, and they can get their hands on this book and, order 10 copies, 20 copies, however many they want, and they can get it at a discount and sell it at their merch tables and make the money for their league. So that's what we're doing for BCB right now. So if you buy the BCB merch table at the regionals right now, the proceeds go to benefit the Border City Brawlers.
Excellent, excellent. So if you want to use this book,
$15, only $15.
Just $15. If you wanted to get this book to help support your league, you can do that.
You can contact me at painair@gmail.com, or you can Google Black Moss Press and get in touch there.
Excellent. That'd be the way to do it. And back to the action. Thank you very much,
Painair.
Painair. We've got Smashley as lead jammer on this power jam for Nickel City.
This is going to be a much-needed power jam for Sister Slag to get back into this bout.
Absolutely. Misery Business picking up a major track cut penalty. Still calling them majors. I don't know why I still do that.
Yeah, there's no more minors.
No more minors. It's just a penalty at this point. And pushing through for another grand slam. Smashley. 175 points now for them. 15 points below the total of Nord. Let's make that 10 as she gets through for yet another grand slam. Smashley starting to slow down just a little bit. But picking up a major track cut.
Smashley called off that jam and thought she had called off that jam, but the whistle hadn't blown. She re-entered the track and was called on a track cut, it appears. Official timeout has been called.
And if you want to see what they were talking about and you're watching on Canuck Derby TV, just use that little slider and go check out, use your own little DVR and see what happened, and you can write us and tell us what happened.
Absolutely. We have that chat window going on. People watching the live stream are able to talk back and forth. Please send us your pictures, CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. Well, we have a few minutes. Let's also say a big thank you to Country 95.9 and the Rock 100.7. Big sponsors of Border City Brawlers this tournament today. We also have Gus Ravenberg, Kia, that's at 1080 Tecumseh Road East right here in Windsor. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull on site, keeping these women going and pumped for so many games. Leuna Local 625. Pure Water brand, CAW Local 444. That's the Canadian Auto Workers. And we have Erie Accent Pools. Let's not forget to give a shout out to rollergirl.ca, Wicked Skates, Enemy to Skateboards. Huge thank you to St. John's Ambulance, those medics over there behind the Gus Ravenberg Kia sign. Thank you so much for being on site today. Amazing.
That's got to be hummus.
Hummus?
Amazing.
Amazing. You think maybe?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing. Maura Coughlin Design, a big thanks to them. DMC Chiropractic, they actually checked me out yesterday.
They checked me out too and told me I had some problems going on.
Yeah, I've only got a couple, just a little thing up in the neck and a little bit on the right side, but high def. In my real life, I am actually a cameraman, so I carry around a big TV camera on my right shoulder all the time. So not a big surprise that the right side of my back might be just a little bit tight.
Absolutely.
Thanks to On the Green. Thanks to Pepsi as well, supporters of this tournament and the Border City Brawlers, DNA Fitness and Extreme Athletics, Graphics Plus, Pinnacle Rehabilitation, Integrity, Tool and Mold.
Talking Derby. Painair was just up talking about her book, Talking Derby. You don't want to miss spending $15 on getting one of those copies.
And here we are showing the trophies for the bout for this tournament. Starting with third place, second place, and the big one, the gold, the first place trophy. These were actually just finished today. Yesterday, right
those
down
are
here was
absolutely
blank.
beautiful.
So we just got those finished up today. Brand new trophies for this tournament. So something to look forward to. One of these
And
teams.
there we are.
One of these teams.
Say hi,
will
Canuck
be
Derby
taking
TV
home.
fans.
Hey,
Hi.
Canuck Derby TV.
How
Nice to
you
see
doing?
you.
Send us your pictures. CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. We want to see you seeing us.
One of these teams will be taking home one of these trophies.
Yes.
Not sure which one.
Not
but
sure
one
which
of these teams will be going on to play the next game against the G Stars.
Or one of these teams could potentially be taking home.
No, will. One of them will, because the next,
yes.
the winners of this bout go on to play the G Stars in the second and third place.
That's correct.
Excuse me, in the third place bout. The loser of that bout is third place.
Just a reminder to all teams that as you are eliminated, stick around. There will be awards for each team that has played in this tournament. We will be doing an MVP award for every team. That'll be immediately following the final today.
And we are back to play. After, believe it or not, another official timeout was just concluded. Low Ride Her picking up lead jammer for Nord.
She is on a power jam. Low Ride Her was ridden out in turn 3.
That's right. Smashley picked up a major track cut penalty.
Looks like Anna Mall has picked up a penalty, and she will be heading to the John B. Sitter penalty box.
Mel Behaved picking up a back block.
5 more points on the board for the Wild Cards.
And just 3 blockers on the track right now. Now up to 4. 3 from Nord. Just a single blocker on the track for Sister Slag. Calls it off. Low Ride Her putting 5 more points on the board. Touching her hips, calling it off. 205 points now for the Wild Cards.
183 for Sister Slag. And it would appear that we have another official timeout.
I am shocked, I tell you, that we have an official timeout.
All right. The fans in the stands, is everybody having a good time today? Is this some amazing roller derby or what? And it's going to get better as we go.
That's right. Coming up, we do have our award giving bouts. Our next bout will determine our next bout will determine third place and who goes to championships. Nasty Nads doing some calisthenics over there.
Absolutely.
It looked like she was doing wind sprints between the bench and the jammer line.
Nasty Nads, were you just staying warmed up over there?
Joni Bitchell jamming for Nord. That's the first time we've seen her wearing the jammer star today.
2 jammers for one team at one time. That would be some heavy point racking up.
Probably a penalty or 2 could be incurred there as well. No
Just
pack
a little.
arms were thrown up. They let her go, and lead jammer does go to Joni Bitchell.
As Violent Fembot has picked up a penalty, she will be waved around because the penalty box is full.
5 more points going up for Joni Bitchell, her first points of the bout. Permanent wave getting sent off for a penalty, and now
Animal and Mel Behaved have returned to the track.
Now these teams are even for blockers. 3 blockers out there for each team.
Joni Bitchell calls off that jam as she's taken down hard in turn 1. Little bit of a scoring adjustment there. We do have Sister Slag with 183 points. And the Wild Card sitting at 212 points right now with 4 minutes remaining in this bout.
29 points. It could be done. Nasty Nads does get out front, picks up lead jammer just as Smashley got through that pack after coming out of the penalty box. Nasty Nads calls it off, picks up 3.
Smashley is able to come through and pick up 2 points before the first set of whistles had ended. Again, a skater is able to score points until the first set of 4 whistle blasts. All through the first set of 4 whistle blasts.
That's right.
And as long as her hips pass a blocker, she counts a point.
Low ride her again, getting out in front. And again, both jammers quickly out of the pack. Booty boop. Out right behind. Nord calling it off. Not sure that I would have done that if I was Nord, personally.
Booty Boop was hot on the heels of Low Ride Her.
But at this point, when you are 30 points ahead, you're also fighting the clock.
Absolutely.
But that's just
stretch it out a little longer. The Rebels Advocate is jamming. 4 Sister Slag. Nasty Nads out there for the wild cards.
2:20 to go in this bout. 30 points separating these two teams. Nord up top. Nord picking up lead jammer as well. Nasty Nads as your lead jammer. The Rebels Advocate jamming for Sister Slag.
Blockers flying out of the box. Blockers going into the box. 3 blockers came out of that box at pretty much the same time as 2 more went in.
4 points going up for Nord as they stretch out their lead just a little bit more. 34-point lead now. 219 to 185. Just a minute and a half left on period play.
Thank you again to Canuck Derby TV for live streaming these bouts this weekend. All you Derby fans watching on Canuck Derby TV, please, again, CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com. We want to see you watching us.
Red Hot picking up much needed lead jammer for Sister Slag.
Low Ride Her on her heels for the wild cards.
2 more points going up for Sister Slag as Red Hot calls it off. And we are getting down to the final seconds. This could be the last jam that we are going into. Nasty Nads putting the panty on for Nord. And Maul putting on the jammer star for 35. Sister Slag.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Coach calling out no penalties. That is the thing. This game could be turned by a single jammer penalty.
Absolutely. And despite the time on the clock expiring, the jam couldn't go the full 2 minutes.
That is the jammer penalty that they did not want to happen. A major back block penalty goes to Nasty Nads, and we are on a Sister Slag power jam. That is exactly what they want. 1 minute, 23 seconds till this bout is over. Animal already putting 5 points on the board.
And Animal is not able to call off this jam. We have no lead jammer.
No.
Oh, my apologies. Animal is lead jammer. I thought Nasty Nads had that.
Animal is the lead jammer. 15 points already up on the board and getting into the 200-point range now. 202, just 17 points behind. 48 seconds of scoring.
Nord now short a blocker as Lethal Mermaid has gone to the John B. Sitter penalty box.
12 points now.
2 blockers only on the track for Nord, as Geohazard is also going to the John B. Sitter penalty box.
And
that's your
calling
game.
it off. Not sure why, but called it off as the comeback was coming back. 7 points. And that will take us to the end of the game. Nord taking the victory.
That was a surprising finish to that game. Didn't see that coming.
Nord takes that victory, 219 to 212. And that could be the second Nord victory in a row caused by an early call-off.
I think you may be right. High Death.
We're going to recheck the scores over here, but our unofficial final score, 219 to 212, probably won't change that much.
Again, we have 2 more bouts coming to you at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock today. Streaming live on Canuck Derby TV, and those will be hosted by Derby Nerd.
And Lightning Slim will be bringing you all of the action right here on Canuck Derby TV. That was my Lightning Slim. So right now we are looking at if the score remains the same, which I'm guessing that it will. Nord will be going on to play the G-Stars in just 37 minutes. And they will be playing to see who goes to the championship and who takes home the third place trophy. But right now it is looking like Nord will be finishing at least third place.
Well, the Green Jammer ref has signaled a thumbs up for the green score. So that means Nord will finish with 219 points, just waiting for an official total for Sister Slag. Calculators are out.
So Canuck Derby TV would like to thank all of their sponsors. Salter Watercrafts, Neon Skates in Montreal, their new location in Ottawa, and online at skateneon.com. The Holiday Inn and Suites in Windsor, Ontario.
I stayed at the Holiday Inn and Suites over this weekend.
You like it?
I had a pretty nice stay.
Well, there we go.
The beds were comfy. I had an option between a hard pillow or a soft pillow.
Oh, very nice.
I know.
Catering
and they were
to
labeled
everybody.
with little tags and little ribbons.
Pivot Star, we would like to thank them. Check them out on pivotstar.com. Now doing uniforms. Very nice looking uniforms as well. Check them out, pivotstar.com. Also, Rose City Ford for giving us this beautiful announcing table / pickup truck.
And it's announcing bed.
Tell us what you think about the bout, about the finish of that bout on the chat. And send us your bout viewing pictures as well at CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com.
Nord, give a wave. Nord, wave to Canuck Derby TV. Wave.
You're on Canuck Derby TV right
wave
now.
up there.
Nord.
Look up
There
and
you go.
wave.
Right up
You're
there.
on TV. Your fans have sent in support for you.
And look happy because it looks like you just took the victory.
All right. We just had a Nord wave. One more time. You are on Canuck Derby
did,
TV
in fact,
right
make
now.
it all the way around.
The Wildcards are sending a wave around the arena. Let's hope that wave has reached all the way to Northern Ontario. I know we've got skaters from Timmins, we've got skaters from New Liskeard, we got skaters from Sault Ste. Marie making up that Northern Ontario roller derby team. We are still waiting for an official score. This is why staying in school is so important.
Exactly. I see at least one calculator out there.
Ref Star is looking perplexed. You look perplexed. Okay, just sweaty, okay. Connect Derby TV fans, again, connectderbytv@gmail.com. We want to see your pictures.
Lots of math happening over at the scorers table. I think this is the at least the fourth set of eyes that's looked at this score sheet.
Sam Miracle is over, confirming. Sam Miracle, our head ref for this bout.
Head ref Sam Miracle looking it over. Special ops ref and our scorekeepers. Plenty of NSOs huddled around that table.
We have been given the thumbs up. There is a scoring change. We have Sister Slag with 217 points, and the Wild Cards will be your winners with 219 points.
So congratulations to Nord. You are going on to the third place bout. If you win that one, you are going on to the championship bout, but that bout will be happening in just 30 minutes between Nord, Northern Ontario Roller Derby Wildcards, and the G-Stars from Greater Toronto Area Roller Derby.
Everybody make your way down to the track and congratulate the winning team, Northern Ontario Roller Derby Wildcards! Good game, good game, good game. All right, let's give a huge hand to Nickel City Roller Derby Sister Slag. I do believe that Sister Slag may have played more bouts than anyone else in this tournament. Good game, ladies.
And our thoughts are going out to Tough Nut Tilly. Still waiting for word on her condition. But we would like to thank... we actually already thanked our Canuck Derby TV sponsors, so we will be back in just 30 minutes for the next bout. Thanks for watching on Canuck Derby TV. My name is High Def.
And I am Jack Zalotopoulos. It's been a pleasure today.
And we will be back shortly.
Thank you, Windsor.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
What if it was you? What if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? Would you want me to save you? Bow down and take you by the hand. Would you want me to love you? I don't know if I can. What if it was you? 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 Oh yeah, 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 what if it was you?
doesn't look at very many penalties yet this game, eh, Patrick? It's quite early. Rochaton, on va en position pour avoir coupé la piste. Dalton Pancharet de Jeff avec 4 points. 2 points quand même pour les Contrabanditas. Les K-Dog knocked Justin Powers out from like the inside of the track, all the way to the outside. Marijuana avec le jam après 8 points et Justin Powers 2 points. What's going on right now needs no description. Punch just swimming through the pack. 4 more points for that.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Roller Derby Association of Canada Eastern Canadian Championships. We are here at the Windsor Family Credit Union Centre in Windsor, Ontario. My name is Lightning Slim, and I am here with my good friend, the Derby Nerd.
Well, Lightning Slim, thanks very much. Pleasure, as usual, to be here. Hello, Derby fans. It is excellent to be back calling games with Canuck Derby TV, bringing you all of the Rdac action this season. We hope you tuned in for Slay Fundy last weekend, and we hope you've been tuning in to what has been an absolutely phenomenal tournament. This is the second chance semifinal of the Rdac Easterns in 2013. You're taking a look now at the GTA G-Stars in the yellow and black, and they are taking on the Nord Wildcards in the green. And already we are underway here. Paper Jam is through. She is your first lead jammer, number 404 in the yellow for the G-Stars, but right behind her, hot on her tail, is Low Ride Her, number 99 in the green.
The Nord Wildcards, of course, getting a 2-point win. And that is a 4-2 jam in favor of the Nord Wildcards.
A little bit late there on the call-off for Paper Jam. She thought she'd call it off, but sneaking around the outside was Lowrider, able to pick up all four. So big steal of 2 now for the Wildcards to get things started. Misery Business out there now in the green against Jill Farrell, number 1013 in the yellow and black. It's been quite a tournament. Lots of tight games, close games. Nord has been benefited from potentially some luck out there on final jams and have worked their way through. And I have to say, a little bit of an upset now here in the last chance semifinal. New jammer up, skater down. She's up very quickly, but the jam had already been called off. She looks like she's okay to pivot.
Paramedics heading up to trackside, but I think she's just fine, being waved away now. They may meet with her on the players' bench, have a word, make sure she's just fine.
Now, of course, the jam was called off because she did go down, so she will have to sit at least 3 jams. Devil Zone, the pivot.
4-2, the score remains. Just over 28.5 minutes remaining in the first half of play. And we will reset with the same jammers, Jill Farrell and Misery Business.
G-Stars lost earlier in the day here in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. They lost to the Misfit Militia in the first semifinal, but they did get a second chance. As you're seeing right now, Jill Farrell, number 1013 out there to jam. Each line just reset from that last jam. Didn't even make a full lap. Looks like this could be third straight lead jam now. No, back block major being called on the jammer. G-Stars get first power jam.
Jill Farrell skating for the G-Stars. She is in a power jam position. The pack at a virtual standstill. She engages with the blockers. They are putting hip to her, trying to force her out here in turn number 4. She continues to fight, stretching out the pack outside the zone of engagement. They are forced to let her go. That is a grand slam, Jill Farrell.
Now, I'm not sure if a lead jammer was called in that. Is Jill Farrell the lead jammer?
I do not believe so, Derby Nerd.
So this could be a full 2-minute jam. Nice defense right now from the Wildcards, holding her back. Number 17 being sent to the box now, Lethal Mermaid. Oh, and the pivot knocked her out, but getting a major penalty, and that's going to allow Jill Farrell to get through, pick up all 5 points.
And that will fill up the penalty bus for the Nord Wildcards. A bit of penalty trouble in the early going for the team in green.
Huge opportunity here for the G-Stars. They lost quite badly, might be too harsh a term, but they lost 490-37 this morning in the first semifinal. But the great thing about this bracket is that they get a second chance here to make it to that final game.
Where they will, of course, if they make it there, encounter the Misfit Militia once again.
Misfit Militia, 4th place finishers in last year's Rdac tournament, have already improved on that. Misery Business back on the track now, trying to fight her way through. Nice defense at the back of the pack from number 13 in the green, that is Bizarre. Nord Wildcards, a collection of leagues from Northern Ontario, formed together to create a Northern Ontario super team to compete here at the Rdac Easterns.
And I would assume that meant they had quite a bit of familiarity with the Nickel City Sister Slag, whom they just defeated by a 2-point margin. The score of that game, 2-19 for the Wildcards, 2-17 for Sister Slag. A bit of an early call-off, and they were the beneficiaries of that in the very final jam.
Second straight game they've been the beneficiary of perhaps an ill-advised call-off by their opponents. All right, Paper Jam number 404, a very successful jammer now for the GTA G-Stars, and she is your lead jammer.
Nasty Nads not far behind as they come out of the pack.
17-4 is the score for that big power jam. Paper Jam's going to try to pick up a few. She had 2 stolen on her last time. She's going to have to be careful. Calls it off. We'll pick up at least a point or 2. Let's see. Nothing. 1 on the board for the G-Stars.
Taking her first turn on the jammer line for the G-Stars, that is Rdac Gretchen, number 1532. She faces another first-time jammer in this contest, number 99 in the green, Lowrider.
4-3 pack advantage for the G-Stars, although the pivot is standing.
We had a shot there of the always vocal coach of the G-Stars, Michael Bublé.
Veteran bench manager in Canadian roller derby. Lowride her, 1 to beat. She gets past newbie full. She is your lead jammer.
Putting on a burst of speed, Lowrider coming around. Rdac Gretchen in pursuit, but the pack also moving extremely quickly.
Nice defensive pose by the G-Stars, taking the front of that pack. Couldn't really set up a pace line, though, and Lowride her already picking up points. Takes a look. She's got at least 3 there, if not all 4. 3 points for Lowrider.
In the center of the pack there, we had a yellow-on-yellow collision. Couple of G-Stars falling, and that created quite a bit of room to skate there on the track. Paper Jam returns the jammer line along with Misery Business.
22-7 is the score early on in this one, 5 minutes in. This is the second chance semifinal. The loser will pick up 3rd spot at the Roller Derby Association of Canada's Eastern Championships. The winner with an opportunity to take the title. Jam underway. Paper Jam facing a back wall of green. The G-Stars holding the front. Nice scrum start around turn number 2. And Paper Jam on the outside is your lead jammer. Oh, Paper Jam heading to the penalty box. Excuse me, that was not a whistle for lead jam. That was a whistle for a high block and a penalty. So lead, second straight lead now for the Wildcards.
Penalty to Devil Zone of the Nord Wildcards. She will take a seat also.
Big opportunity here for the Wildcards to get back in this one. Nice defense from the G-Stars pivot. Another penalty, though, for the Nord blocker heading to the penalty box. Nord looking to call it off. 5 more points, though, picked up on that pass.
That Nord blocker was Bizarre. She will take a seat beside her pivot there. You see that in the wide shot. That would be Michael Bublé once again. Having a look here at the bench manager and coach of the G-Stars.
Pinky Duffadero joining him on the bench, longtime skater for the GTA Roller Girls. Jam underway now. Power start for the Wildcards. Number 14 out there to jam, Nasty Nads. Huge opportunity here for the Wildcards. What a tournament, breakout tournament they have had already, and an opportunity to book a ticket to the final. She is your lead jammer. 3-2 pack advantage for the G-Stars on the defense. Leeway Reckham, Newfie Bullet, 2 very experienced skaters leading the way here.
With penalties on both sides, however, lots of room to skate, Derby Nerd. A wall of 2, she decides it's time to call off the jam after picking up 4 for the Nord Wildcards.
5-2 for leads so far for the Wildcards. Just that one GTA Power Jam is the difference right now.
Remember, folks, Canuck Derby TV wants to see your viewing party pics. If you've got a party going on, you're watching this boutcast, take a shot of all the folks in your home. Send it to www.canuckderbytv.com.
And I know there are a couple viewing parties right now just up the 401 in Toronto, so let's see some of those pictures. Send them in. Jill Farrell out there, number 10-13 on the inside. Lowride her back out, number 99 in the green. Nice defense right there from number 24 from the Wildcards, Chaos. Dragging the G-Stars jammer all the way back.
Lowrider chasing the pack, now stealthily engaging. Wall of 3 in front of her. She is taken out in turn number 3. Quick to re-enter, cuts outside to inside. There she goes.
Only picks up 2 there on the no pass, no penalty. But nonetheless, the Wildcards back in this one. 22-18 now is your updated score. Big thanks, of course, to one of our major sponsors, Pivot Star, makers of excellent clothing, and now also with a new team uniform line.
That's right, Pivot Star can dress you well on the track or off it now.
Who needs Lululemon when you have Lulu Demon? All right, Wretched Gretchen out there to jam for the G-Stars, number 1532 in the yellow. It's number 13 for Nord Bizarre now jamming. Really diverse skaters on this wildcard team, doing a little bit of everything. Oh.
Number 52 for the G-Stars, Sophirmi taking a high block penalty there.
G-Stars, of course, played in the Rdac tournament for the last 2 years. And the tournament was formerly known as the CWRDA as well. They ended up finishing 5th last year, winning the consolation bracket.
Nasty Nads calls off the jam. She seems fond of that maneuver where she spins around backwards and goes posterior first into the pack in an attempt to score points. It is the hips, of course, scoring the points.
Quite a run right now for the Wildcards. 5 straight lead jammers. They are outscoring the G-Stars 14-0 over those 5 jams to get back in this one.
Paper Jam, lowrider, jammers of the right now. Paper Jam makes her way to the front of the pack, stumbles and falls. However, it looks like she may have gained lead, yes.
Very important lead jam, as I just mentioned. 5 straight lead jams for the Wildcards. So Paper Jam bringing it for the G-Stars. But lowrider making up a lot of track quickly.
Hip check Liddell heads to the penalty area as Paper Jam puts herself into the pack and calls things off immediately, grabbing what she can, and that is 4 points to 0.
So a little bit of a momentum shift there as Paper Jam gets her team back into it. First points in 5 jams for the G-Stars. They're going to send out Jill Farrell, Newfie Bullet, number 709, pivoting the veteran G-Star with Leeway Reckham out there on the track. Misery Business, number 9 3/4 on the track for the Wildcards.
You see a shot there of the penalty area. 2 Nord Wildcards there. Sophirmi still in the box for the G-Stars. Action now underway. Both jammers looking for a way out.
And it looks like for the second straight jam, it's going to be the G-Stars with the lead jammer. Jill Farrell, number 1013, has a full track right now. Lead Newfie Bullet, the pivot both pivots heading to the penalty box. Devil Zone running into some penalty trouble early on in this one.
And Devil Zone compounding issues, misses the penalty area and goes for the long skate around.
And Leeway Reckham heading to the penalty box too. We've got quite a steady stream now dribbling into the penalty box. Only 2 blockers left on the track for each team.
And now it looks like even Jill Farrell looking over to the referees, making sure, did I get one of those penalties? Answer, yes.
First power jam of the game for the Wildcards. The G-Stars use their power jam to pull into the lead. Wildcards starting to take over now. Nice move for the 5 points right there. Wildcards with the big lead change.
And no signs of stopping. She is through once again. 5 more points.
31-26 now is your updated score. Sorry, 36-26. She's scoring faster than I can update you. That's how fast she's putting on these points right now.
Lots of room to skate with tons of skaters in the penalty area. Misery Business skates on. Another 5 on the board for the Nord Wildcards.
Newfie Bullet back on the track now. The pivot for the G-Stars. Trying to load up the defense. Leeway Reckham, another veteran skater out there. A nice quick move, though, by Misery Business. She's got a 3-wall now, trying to push them out of play. Just jukes her way through the middle for 5 more points. What a jam by Misery Business. Oh, and a cut now as Jill Farrell comes back on the track, took a little bump. All it takes is a wheel slam to go out of bounds.
Absolutely. She put a foot wrong. That was assessed by the referees, and she will take a seat. This is not the situation the G-Stars need at this point in the contest. The Nord Wildcards surging.
25 points on that power jam for Misery Business. Huge turnaround for the Wildcards.
And now Nasty Nads flying solo on the jammer line, looking to do a little more damage for The Nord Wildcards spins around the outside.
Oh, but she goes in hot to that. Well, they're going to call a no call. No, they are. Sorry, the inside pack ref calling the back block major on Nasty Nads.
That is my ref nut assessing the penalty there.
So trading off power jams here. Nonetheless, damage may have been done. Big lead for the Wildcards.
Jill Farrell takes a hefty hit there from Bizarre, however, stays wheel side down and puts up points on the board.
Coming around another scoring pass, easily makes her way through. Don't think the GTA blocker is quite ready for her. She made her way quickly around that track. Picks up nothing. Nice defense on that jam from Holly de Havilland. Another veteran skater pivot for the G-Stars.
46-30 in favor of the Wildcards. Your current score, 15.5 minutes remaining in the first half of play. Wretched Gretchen and Lowrider, your jammers of the right now.
Lowrider getting a lot of work early on here for the Wildcards. And they split off the defensive walls, and Lowrider one to beat now, way up front. Nice battle with Leeway Reckham. She is through, though, and she is your lead jammer. Wretched Gretchen, though, through behind her, but a track to make up. Lowrider already coming around on her scoring pass.
Both teams engaging in intra-pack hitting, trying to create a little skating room, but now a four-wall forms at the front of the pack. Lowrider asking for support from her jammers. She's placing her hands on her hips, perhaps a little daintily. The referee's taking a moment to call that off.
She does get her 2 points. Misery Business back on the track now. 48-34 is your updated score. Paper Jam back out there too for the G-Stars. She's been one of the more successful jammers so far early on here.
Fairly tight jammer rotation by both of these teams, Derby Nerd. They know who the usual suspects are, and they seem content to use them.
Misery Business coming off a 25-point jam. Paper Jam takes the outside lane. She's your lead jammer. Big pickup, but about a half a track lead.
Another G-Star penalty being assessed here. That's to number 13, Maykilla.
Nice blocking, forcing by Bizarre, forcing Paper Jam out and forcing the call off, and no points on the board for either team.
We'd like to thank our good friends at Salter Watercrafts for helping to bring this broadcast to you. They are the highest quality inflatable boats at the most affordable prices. Salter is affordable freedom. Find out more at salterboat.com.
Those are some fine inflatable boats. And also, I've heard that they're financially reasonable. Jill Farrell now pushing a front wall, number 10-13. The defenses are split, no pack being called by the refs, and that is going to allow Farrell through, and she is your lead jammer. Teams now settling into a nice little trade-off. Jam by jam, it seems. Seems like these two teams are neck and neck when it's 5-on-5.
Pack is at a standstill. Coming in hot, and a collision. No penalty assessed and no points scored. Jam comes to an end.
Nice defense there from Pinky to Payne for the Wildcards, the captain and pivot of the Nord Wildcards. Look at that, low ride her and Paper Jam right back out. There's that tight rotation you're talking about, Slim.
Shot of them. Not really paying much attention to each other. Eyes on the prize ahead in the pack.
4-3 pack advantage for the Wildcards. Lowrider right out past her wall and fighting with that front wall. Holly de Havilland turning around, trying to set that wall. Not going to be enough. Lowrider is your lead jammer.
Lowrider putting on a burst of speed, picking up the extra gear as she has well over half a track on her opponent, and she's already inside the pack once again. Hip check Liddell, goes to the box.
And that's standing skater for the G-Stars. Number 13, Maykilla, is going to come back on the track to tighten up the pack. There will be 4 skaters for the G-Stars for this next jam. I'd like to thank also Holiday Inn Suites in Windsor. They're putting up the announcer crew this weekend, so big thanks to them.
We are looking forward to sampling the comforts of the Holiday Inn here in Windsor.
Word on the track is they've got fine pillows at the Windsor Holiday Inn.
Comfortable pillows, attentive staff.
Can't say enough about those pillows. Rdac Windsor back out there, number 1532 in the yellow and gold. She had a quick line on the inside, but she got held up nicely. And it looks
big spill at the back of the pack for her, and that's and a track cut to Misery Business. The table's turning once again. She'll take a seat, and this is a power jam for the G-Stars.
And with a 52-34 lead, bad timing here if there is ever good timing for a power jam. But Rdac Windsor, the G-Stars jammer, drag all the way to the back of the pack.
A very effective penalty kill by the Nord Wildcards in defense of that lead they have. Cut and bounced to the inside of the oval and forced to go all the way back again. Rdac Windsor getting a real hard time of things.
Pinky into Pain, the wild card pivot, just having a monster of a power kill right now. A nice job, though, to kill a lot of time. Rdac Windsor just through on her first pass. She is your lead jammer.
Nurse Joy will take a seat in the penalty area for the G-Stars.
And once again, Pinky into Pain, the captain of the team, leading by example on the track with some fine defense. Another big hit.
Misery Business released from the penalty area. Never mind, she turns around as the jam is over.
No points, believe it or not, on that power jam. Phenomenal penalty kill. We might come back to talk about this penalty kill later on in this game.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears for no change to the scoreboard, but I'm pretty sure the Nord Wildcards didn't want any changes.
No, got to be happy with that. Pinky into Pain. Captain having a strong start early on here. Nasty Nads, number 14 in the green, lining up way behind the jam line. Paper Jam bursts through the back wall and attacks that front wall very quickly. Paper Jam's come a long way in her few seasons with the G-Stars. Small jammer, but very physical. Unfortunately, she's being held back right now, and lead jammer goes to Nasty Nads.
Also smaller, also physical. She having the upper hand right now as she approaches a pack. A pretty thin pack, as there are two blockers in the box for the G-Stars.
Nice job from Dixie Recht and Holly de Havilland to hold her up briefly, but Nasty Nad's able to pop through that 2-wall, and she is through on a 5-point pass. Big grand slam and Paper Jam finally able to get through. Struggling all alone against that 4-wall. And that's the problem with only having two blockers on the track. You've got to focus on the defense. A nice pack work there by the Wildcards to ensure that 4 points. 61-34.
The Nord Wildcards showing surprisingly little fatigue considering the amount of play they've had to engage in this tournament. They were playing not 20 minutes ago.
That's right, a tight game too, 217, 219 that they were just involved in, so it wasn't like they were just taking it easy on the bench and relaxing. These guys have played in some intense derby all weekend. I think their margin of victory is 1.5 points. It's 2 wins, not a lot of leeway.
Low Rider trying to fight her way to the front of the pack. She faces Jill Farrell. Jill Farrell has been recycled, and Low Rider out in front for lead.
And I guess you could say the Wildcards getting better as this tournament has gone on. They opened with a loss to the Sister Slag yesterday, 230-192, and were able to turn that around, pick up the victory today in the revenge match. And now Low Rider doing a number right now on the veteran Newfie blocker.
Grand slam there. Low Rider now half a track away from her opponent. Jill Farrell now out of the pack, but the Nord Wildcard jammer inside the pack. A hit there from Maykilla takes her off the track. They both quickly scramble back into position, but Low Rider decides enough is enough and calls off the jam.
Excellent defense from number 13, Maykilla, for the G-Stars. Nice job to save those points. 0-0 on that jam.
And with just over 7 minutes remaining in the first half of play, G-Stars 34, the Nord Wildcards 66.
This is comparably a big lead for the Nord Wildcard.
And taking her first turn on the jammer line for the G-Stars, Holly de Havilland.
Yeah, she's a vet. She can do it all for this team. I think she's just so important in the pack that they're afraid to put her on the jam line, but now looking for maybe a little burst of energy, and I think we've got a cut. Oh, no, never mind. It was a no pass, no penalty. So that means the lead jammer is Holly de Havilland. Misery Business is on the track leading, but she does not have control of this jam.
Holly de Havilland keeping an eye on Misery Business and, of course, forced to call it off rather than surrender further damage to the scoreboard. She does so, and we will reset.
And speaking of widening the jammer rotation, Lee Wei Reckham now comes out with the star. She began her career, she's been playing derby, it must be 5 years now, and she began her career as a primary jammer and has slowly over time developed into a fine blocker for the G-Stars, so it's great to see her with the star again.
She faces Nasty Nads.
5-on-5 roller derby. It's rare, Slim.
In this particular contest, yes, the penalty pagoda perpetually populated thus far, but even strength now.
Nice job by Nasty Nads there. Little juke to the outside, faked in, and she is your lead jammer, and Lee Wei Reckham having a hard time in that pack right now. Strong defensive packs. When they get 4 bodies on the wall, these wild cards are hard to beat. Johnny Bitchell right now with some nice D.
Lee Wei Reckham struck down, forced to re-engage with the pack. Nasty Nads now headed for the back. There's a big wall in front of her. She tries the inside line, finds the way blocked.
Nice hit. I believe that was Jill Farrell way over on turn number 1 with the big hit. She's going to go to the penalty box for that, but it did buy enough time to allow Lee Wei Reckham through, and at the very least will force a call off here. Nasty Nads takes a look at the bench. They're going to tell her to keep going. Oh, and finally she does call it off. Lee Wei Reckham looking for a point. She's going to get it.
Yeah, she did pass. Got a single. Lee Wei Reckham of the G-Stars. Nasty Nads. Colorful hair a-flying. Heads back to the bench. Holly de Havilland returns. So they're going to give this another shot, and she faces Low Rider.
Under 5 minutes remaining in the first half of this second chance semifinal at the Rdac Eastern Canadian Championships here on Canuck Derby TV. We are coming at you live from Windsor, Ontario, Canada, from the Windsor Family Credit Union Center.
Holly de Havilland picking up lead. Low Rider recycled to the back by May Killa.
Oh, and a big collision on the second straightaway. Has everyone on the ground and penalties being called. But as that's happening, Holly de Havilland is coming around and picking up points. The Low Rider comes up through that mess, and she is through.
Holly de Havilland involved in a bit of all that schmozzle. She had to slow down to avoid all the falling bodies, and the Nord wildcards were very quick to assemble a defensive posture in front of her.
Schmozzle, I like that. That was definitely a schmozzle. I don't even know what that is, but I'm pretty sure that was one. So fear me out there to jam, but we do have an official timeout being called now. Perhaps an official review.
Now, Salta Watercrafts may be able to affordably let us say that we're on a boat, but right now, we're on a truck.
This is the first time I've ever called a game from a truck. I can tell you that now. And we're announcing on the back of a Ford F-250 Super Duty pickup. Yeah, pretty impressive vehicle.
This is courtesy of Rose City Ford. They have been owned by the Chisholm family for 32 years. Check out their 120-hour sale from June 18th to the 22nd, or go to rosecityford.com. This is a cool truck.
Pretty cool. To get. And of course, you're watching free high-definition roller derby on Canuck Derby TV. We know you love it. We know you love free roller derby. Support Canuck Derby TV all you can. And do you know one of the best ways to support Canuck Derby TV? Watch Canuck Derby TV. So tune in, tell your friends, go on Facebook, spam everyone who's not watching it.
Tell them what they're missing, because what they're missing is fantastic quality broadcasting of roller derby right here in Canada.
And you know, this has been one of the probably most busy weekends, as you've been talking about, Slim, in Ontario roller derby in recent memory. So I know that there are hundreds, literally, of roller girls at home Sunday afternoon, perhaps nursing a little bit of a after-party hangover, probably thinking about what they can do for the day, and tuning in to Canuck Derby TV is an excellent way to spend a foggy Sunday afternoon. All right, it looks like we're ready to get back underway here. No changes to the scores.
The jammer rotation experiment continues for the G-Stars. They have put up So Fear Me, number 52, taking her first turn on the jammer line.
Looks like So Fear Me, though, running into a big back wall at the back, and it's going to be lead jammer for Misery Business yet again. for number 9 3/4. Oh, and it's going to be a power jam.
So Firmi running into penalty trouble as she could not negotiate the back of the pack. Misery Business, only 2 to beat. Penalty trouble for the G-Stars, and she is through. That's a grand slam.
Misery Business scored 25 points on a grand slam earlier in this game, so she can be a game changer for these Wildcards. So Firmi picking up that penalty, that is one of the risks you take when you put in a usual blocker on a jam to jam. Comes to those walls a little hot.
Speaking of someone who was born to block, Newfie there, number 709 for the G-Stars, unable to completely hold up the progress of Misery Business as she basically had the width of the track to get around her.
Killed some time on that clock, though, and that is just as important in these penalty kills, and you're seeing her going one-on-one again. And Misery Business is juking and jiving and not letting Newfie Bullet drive in and pull up with a nice stop, and nice work by Misery Business.
Newfie Bullet, of course, doing her part, however, holding up as long as the zone of engagement held. She was blocking all the way, and look at that, they're at it again.
15 points already on the board now for Misery Business on this jam. Gonna have to break off, and nice hit by Newfie Bullet. At least gonna force the call off this time, just as Sofirmi comes out of the penalty box. 19 more points on the board for Misery Business.
As Sofirmi was sprung from the box, that means that final pass was 4 points instead of 5. However, some heavy lifting there by the Nord Wildcards. 2 minutes remaining in the first half of play. Paper Jam, Nasty Nads, jammers of the right now. Paper Jam getting the better of it, emerging from the pack first. She has lead. You see her there in the free and open spaces. Nasty Nads, 2 to beat the pack. Very spread out, forced to let her go. Nasty Nads is free now. And Paper Jam is inside the pack, colliding heavily with the blockers of the Nord Wildcards. No penalty assessed there. Scoring pass for Paper Jam. She calls it off, and Nasty Nads may have picked up a couple. 2, in fact, 4-2.
Paper Jam's going to have to tighten up those calls just a little bit. She's lost a point here or there, just on a slightly late call, and we know that the way this tournament is played out, that 2 points can be all of the difference between a win and a loss.
A call a little too late, or perhaps a little too early. Could be disastrous.
Yes. Maybe a little early has been the disaster so far. Taking a look at Incredible Bulk now running the bench for the Nord Wildcards. What a weekend for the Wildcards. They came in here as kind of a wildcard, and they've really, I think, impressed a lot of Derby fans in Ontario.
Lead jam for the G-Stars.
Wretched Gretchen and Lowrider, number 99, back out there for the Wildcards.
Chaos heads to the bench. She is joined by Jill Farrell. We're just keeping the bench warm.
Nice little juke there by Wretched Gretchen at the end of that jam. A hip check Lydell went down. All 4 points picked up for the G-Stars.
2-2 in the penalty area. Chantilly Mace taking her first turn on the jammer line for the Nord Wildcard. She is joined by Wretched Gretchen.
Wretched Gretchen right back out there on the jam line. It's going to be a micro pack, 2-on-2. Jammers just love this. Holly de Havilland pivoting. And it looks like they're going to go to halftime. Time is running out there, and we do have an unofficial halftime score of 97-46 right now. The Wildcards in control. Is this a little bit of a surprise? A little bit of an upset, I'd say?
Well, they seem to be on an upward trajectory, as you were saying, Derby Nerd. They've come into this contest as a bit of an unknown quantity and gotten through a couple of good bouts, maybe by the skin of their teeth. Maybe luck is one of their skills.
Either way, they are here, and they have an opportunity to make it all the way to the Rdac Championships in their first season. Now, we are going to take a little bit of a break, but when we come back, we've actually got some team awards to hand out. So if you have to refill your glasses, get a cold beverage, do so quickly, and make sure you're coming back for the award presentation here at halftime.
hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Windsor Family Credit Union here in Windsor, Ontario, in the Rdac Eastern Canadian Championships. I'm the Derby Nerd here with Lightning Slim, but we're going to throw to Victor One on the floor for some awards being presented for the tournament. Let's take it down to Victor One on the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Victor One. I'm the affiliated announcer with Windsor's Border City Brawlers. It's been my pleasure to be here the entire weekend for the very first roller derby tournament ever held in Windsor, Ontario, hosted by Windsor's very own Border City Brawlers. That's right, they did a great job. And before everybody goes and waits for the final bout, we do have some prizes we like to hand out to our first three teams that competed that did not make it this far. To the sixth place team, Durham Devils. Your MVP jammer is Legsy Megsy. Congratulations, Legsy. Durham Devils MVP blocker, Cutesy Bootsy. Congratulations, Cutesy. For our friends, Sister Slag, MVP blocker going to Mel Behaved. Congratulations, Mel. MVP jammer going to Smashley. Congratulations, Smashley. And the Border City Brawlers would like to award MVP awards to their own. Blocker is Holly Hawks. Oh, no. Equipment malfunction on the track. And for the Border City Brawlers, MVP jammer going to Pain Air. Pain Air having some books for sale up at the merchandise table. Talking Derby, the story of life on 8 wheels. Congratulations, ladies. You are the most valuable players. We do have an extra prize, sportsmanship prize, courtesy of Animated Skateboards. Sportsmanship award goes to Sister Slag. So you get a goodie bag, courtesy of our friends across the river in the United States of America, north of the border of Windsor, Ontario. Animated skateboards. And now it is still 3 minutes left in our halftime. We've got one more second period to go, and we'll find out who's going to our final bout in 30 minutes.
And we've just finished awarding some of the awards. There was a Sportswomanship Award for Sister Slag there right at the end, and we're going to finish up halftime proceedings and be right back with the action on the track between the Nord Wildcards and the G-Stars of GTA Roller Derby.
Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
Welcome back, Derby fans, to the Windsor Family Credit Union here in Windsor, Ontario. You are watching Canuck Derby TV's presentation of the 2013 RDAC Eastern Canadian Championships. I'm Derby Nerd here with Lightning Slim. Slim, these two teams now playing in this second chance semifinal. How did the G-Stars make it to this point in the tournament?
Well, the G-Stars began at 11 o'clock on Saturday morning playing the hosts, the Border City Brawlers. They came away with a fairly tidy victory against the Brawlers, and then a real squeaker against the Durham Devils, winning by a single point, and then a real drubbing by the Misfit Militia.
And that is how they got here. We'll tell you how the Wildcards got here in just a moment. The Wildcards got here by some strong jamming from Nasty Nads, and you're seeing it on the track right now. She is your lead jammer. She's got about 40 feet on the Wretched Gretchen, the G-Stars jammer. She's coming up to a 2-wall of her own skaters.
Wretched Gretchen with a smile on her face. Looks like a little fatigue coming into play, but she's not willing to let it go. Oh, struck down at the back of the pack there.
Oh, and she did manage to come in and steal 3 points for the G-Stars. So nice job.
Paper Jam and Lowrider now taking their turn on the jammer line as we get into the second half of this contest. Wildcards ahead 101 to a score of 49 for the G-Stars.
And Paper Jam immediately attacks that back wall. Lowrider breaks through, and she's got 2 to beat. Paper Jam on the outside once more is your lead jammer for the G-Stars, but yet again, she's only got a couple feet to work with. And it looks like she's just going to call that one off. No points, and they'll reset. Now in that first half, the Wildcards built their lead, taking 12 out of 20 lead jammer statuses. They traded off a couple power jams, so that didn't really make much of a difference. And the Wildcards in control, controlling the lead, controlling the game.
Misery Business waits with Wretched Gretchen on the jammer line.
5-on-5 roller derby. Oh, sorry, it will be 5-on-5. The G-Stars blocker is standing and waiting to get back on the track. Nice defense right now at the back of the pack from Bizarre. We've said her name already a few times, working very nicely in that wildcard pack.
Misery Business in the free and open spaces. She approaches the pack. She is on a scoring pass as Wretched Gretchen just manages to escape. She is now almost completely lapped her opponent. However, a wall of yellow in front of her holding up her progress.
Newfie Bullet flies up at that last line of defense, knocks Misery Business out, but not before Misery picked up. Let's see if she got all 4 points there. Refs are conferring before the point total is given. And yep, all 4 points awarded to the Wildcards. Big pickup there. 105 now, 49. Big thanks to Neon Skates, of course, known to be in Montreal, one of the first brick-and-mortar stores in Canada. They now have a new location in Ottawa run by RVRG Skater Sister Disaster, so be sure if you're in Ottawa to check it out. Paper Jam once again working the outside on turn number 1, and she is your lead jammer again. She doesn't mind taking that outside lane at all.
Paper Jam now picking up speed. That is a slow-moving pack for her to get into as Nasty Nads squeezed through to the inside line by Holly de Havilland. Oh, another hit by Holly de Havilland, bedeviling Nasty Nads.
Excellent last line of defense from Holly de Havilland right now, trying to get Nasty Nads out. And Nasty Nads on 1 foot stays in bounds on turn 1. Nice bit of skating from the Northern Roller Derby Wildcard Jammer.
Nasty Nads, of course, her daughter watching at home. A hello from Nasty Nads to her daughter. And a bit of nice play on display there from Nasty Nads. And you folks at home, whether you have someone in this tournament or you are simply enjoying the broadcast from Canuck Derby TV, send us some pics. Do you have a viewing party going on? You got a big happy crowd in your home checking out Canuck Derby TV? Take a picture of that. Send it to us at www.canuckderbytv.com.
Jill Farrell, number 1013, working a back wall from the Wildcards. A huge collapse on turn number 1, and that's going to allow a low ride her to push Newfie Bullet and Leeway Rickham out of play. She is your lead jammer for the Wildcards. Still stuck in that pack, caught behind one more blocker is Jill Farrell. She's finally through. Lowrider already coming around to score, and there's a couple of yellow points at the back of that pack. Nice move, waiting for them to be spread out. Newfie Bullet, though, locks on with the defense. Leeway Reckham holding the inside.
Squeezed between the two. Lowrider having some difficulty. Finally cuts through to the inside. Leeway Reckham puts the hip to her, and Lowrider calls off the jam.
Nice offensive blocking there from Hip Check Lydell to open up that lane and allow Lowrider to slip through and pick up those very important points. 109-57 now. We saw a big lead, though, evaporate earlier today, so no leads are safe in the 2013 Eastern Rdac Championships.
For the Nord Wildcards, number 981, Chantilly Mace takes to the jammer line. She faces 404 in the yellow. That's Paper Jam.
Teams have alternated lead jammers now. Let's see if that continues. If it does, it's the G-Stars' turn to pick up lead, but Paper Jam took a big hit. Fell early, but she sees a line on the inside. Can't get through. Lead jammer for the Wildcards, 2 in a row. And that could be what they need to try to put down the hammer here early in the second half.
Chantilly Mace approaches the pack. They're all looking in the rearview mirror, and they're trying to pick up speed.
Pinky into Payne heading to the penalty box. It's going to be a full box now for the Wildcards.
4 and the door. Chantilly Mace, textbook call off there. But as you say, Derby Nerd, bit of a numerical disadvantage for them moving forward.
4-2 pack advantage for the G-Stars. Nasty Nads out there, number 14 in the green. It's Wretched Gretchen, 1532 in the black and yellow of the G-Stars. Oh, a nice move from Newfie Bullet to try and open out the inside, but what it did cause is a little distraction. Allowed G-Stars to take lead jammer, but Nasty Nads right on Wretched Gretchen's tail. Forces the call off. No time to waste right now for the G-Stars.
Indeed, Wretched Gretchen wasting no time at all. Going to call it off right away and try and reset so they can get that lead jam. They need points on the board, of course, to do anything here. The score 113-57, 23 minutes remaining.
Paper Jam number 404 out there to jam against Lowrider. These two have been battling it out all afternoon. 4-2 pack advantage remains for the G-Stars. Nice setup by the wildcard blockers. It looks like they're going to try and create a no pack. That'll allow the jammers through, and then hopefully they can reset with a 2-wall. Unfortunately, Lowrider unable to follow Paper Jam through, but I saw the logic in their strategy there. Just didn't quite work out with the timing. Second straight lead jam status picked up now for the G-Stars. Steady stream to the penalty box continues. Holly de Haviland now, the pivot from the G-Stars entering the pack. Wildcard skater on deck, number 24, Chaos.
Jill Farrell returns to the jammer line. She faces Misery Business.
And there's Chaos coming back on the track. She is on deck for the Wildcard, so it's a 3-2 pack advantage, but that will continue.
Now, you folks at home, since you're listening and watching right now, you know where to find Canuck Derby TV, but we want everyone to know. Give us a tweet, give us a like, tell your friends, go over to their house and press your tablet against the window of their house so they can see what they're missing.
Do something. Get it out there. Nice defense for both these teams as we come along to the second straightaway. No lead jammer yet. Newfie Bullet looking to lock in on the defense. Misery Business is through. Lead jammer for the Wildcards.
Lady Slam-A-Lot heads to the penalty box for the Nord Wildcards. Lethal Mermaid returns, and we get reinforcements. Pinky and DePayne returning as well.
Chaos able to sit now with her penalty box. Misery Business coming up on a 3-wall to score some points. Makes a nice little juke around Sophie on the outside. Leeway Reckham to beat. She does. Will pick up at least 3. 3 points for Misery Business.
That brings the Wildcards to a score of 116. The G-Stars 57-21 minutes remaining in the contest. Paper Jam, Nasty Nads, both of them veterans, both of them doing some heavy lifting for their teams, and here they are again.
That's right, and this is somewhat of an inexperienced pack comparatively for the G-Stars out there. Dixie Wrecked will lead it from the center, number 1337, and Paper Jam again going right to the outside. Takes a hit. She is your lead jammer, though. Nasty Nads is through first. And again, with no time on the clock to waste, Paper Jam calls it off, and we'll reset this one. Nice defense from the Wildcards. Now, the Wildcards are made up of skaters from a couple different leagues, right, Slim? So do they get an opportunity to practice a lot together, or
I would suspect with the geography of Northern Ontario being what it is, Derby Nerd, they may not see each other as often as some of the more urban leagues, but you wouldn't know it by their very consistent level of play in this contest.
That's right, and that's why I'm wondering if that's one of the reasons they've gotten so much better as this tournament has just gone on. They're just getting comfortable with playing each other. Nonetheless, an impressive performance by the Wildcards.
Well, if winning creates confidence, they've gotten away with a couple, and I think that's certainly given them a bit of a lift.
I think they see that luck is on their side. Lowride her, able to get around Leeway Reckham, but it is Wretched Gretchen is your lead jammer for the G-Stars. 40 feet to make up for Lowrider. Nice fast pack right now from the Wildcards. Leeway Reckham trying to slow things down. Geohazard, the pivot, though, keeping that pace high, and it's going to force a call-off. Nice defense from the Wildcards. It's only 2 on the track. Nothing on that jam.
Wretched Gretchen has looked winded several times during this particular bout. I'm wondering if she is perhaps nursing an injury or whether conditioning may come into play here with the G-Stars. And we have an official timeout.
And once again, we'd like to thank Holiday Inn and Suites in Windsor. Also, take a look at taking a look on your screen now. You're seeing live screen. They are, of course, hosting Canuck Derby TV. If you want to click, you can just follow along, see the more event details. That will tell you all of our sponsors, like Salter Watercrafts, for example, Pivot Star, Neon Skates, Holiday Inn. They're all there, so you can you don't need to listen to us. You can do it yourself. Give your own sponsor shout-outs to yourself. Of course, the chat, which has been active all weekend. I might have been a little involved in that yesterday myself. So be interactive. Join, be part of Canuck Derby TV in the Rdac Eastern Canadian Championships. Yeah, that's an interesting feature as we're showing you right now. You can actually back up the game, take a look at it, and then just click that little red live button to get back into real time if you want to get caught back up to what's being filmed.
That's right. If you wanted to take another look at something, or if we have made a hash of describing it to you, go back, have another look, and then get right back into the action.
So during these timeouts, take a moment just to get to know live stream. They're a great. They support a lot of not only live streaming for Derby, but just live streaming in general.
It's a fantastic product. You should learn a little more about it so you can take full advantage of all the features.
Back on the track, it is 5-on-5, and both jammers caught up in the scrum start, but it's going to be Misery Business out first. Lead gem again for the Wildcards.
Paper Jam in pursuit, but Misery Business looking back, confident smile on her face. She is now pursuing the pack on a scoring pass.
And it is the Wildcards' clock to play with just under 20 minutes remaining in the second half. And they're going to try and work it as much as they possibly can. And Misery Business is taking another look back and decides to casually call it off. No points going to be picked up on for either. Oh, 1 point, sorry, for Misery Business. 117-57 is the lead. Joni Bitchell out there to jam. Is this her first jam of the day, Star?
I do believe.
With the Slim with the star. Jill Farrell, number 1013 in the black and gold. Remains 5-on-5. This is the first time I think we've had 2 straight 5-on-5 jams.
Joni Bitchell looking enthusiastic, raring to go. She tries to squeeze through the middle. Jill Farrell tries the outside. Both of them rebuffed.
Nasty Nads leading is backward skating leading the pack for the Wildcards. Almost worked out. Defense still holding the jammer.
Jill Farrell forced to the inside. Nasty Nads doing the damage there, calling her back.
And Jill Bitchell is through. She is your lead jammer. Jill. Too many Jills.
Joni Bitchell now struck down there by Jill Farrell. Jammer on jammer hit there.
Nice move from Jill Farrell, but Jill Farrell gets knocked to the inside by Nasty Nads, and she's forced all the way back, and I believe the momentum brought her back onto the track. She is being called for a cut penalty.
And it happened just past the penalty area, which means she will take the longest possible skate to get to the penalty bench. Round and round she goes. Meanwhile, inside the pack, Joni Bitchell having some trouble of her own with Leeway Reckham.
First power jam of the second half, and it goes the way of the wild card, not what the G-Stars wanted as they try to claw their way back into this one. Quite a deficit to make up now, and it's getting worse. 5 points on the board for the Wildcards. Nice passive offense being set. Moving into a sweep, trying to open up a lane on the outside. And G-Stars unable to reset quick enough. 5 more points on the board for Joni Bitchell.
The conga line continues, giving Joni Bitchell a little room to skate through the center. She is left to her own devices, and there we are. The conga line broken up. They create some space for Joni Bitchell. She is held up by So Fear Me as far as the zone of engagement lasts, but then she's got to let her go.
Yeah, nice work from Pinky into Pain, the pivot number 40, using that passive offense to set up a nice little sweep. And there it is, textbook, and they've also got one trapped now that will redefine the pack, but Joni Bitchell calls it off as the G-Stars jammer stands, so that they can get a power start in on this next jam.
Looks like Joni Bitchell did take a penalty right at the end of the play. I am incorrect. Nope, she's sitting on her own bench.
Okay.
My bad, folks. I get excited about things.
Jam ref Tsunami Warning, though, also took a quick jump to the scorekeeper, so it did seem like something had happened there. What happened is that the Wildcards increased their lead to 134 to 59.
Another brand new jammer, Hip Check Liddell, ironically receiving a hip check and falling to the track. Back on it now. And hip to hip with Holly de Havilland, forced out in turn number 3.
Unfortunately, Holly de Havilland unable to stay inbounds as she forced the wildcard jammer out. Little jammer on jammer action now on the second straightaway. Jill Farrell trying to create a penalty of some kind.
I do believe Hip Check Liddell has a lap on Jill Farrell, so Jill Farrell content to play defense there as she seems unable to chase.
Newfie Bullet back on the track, number 709, the pivot for the G-Stars. And this will reset both packs at 4 5-on-5 roller derby. And Hip Check calls it off. Again, nice clock management from the Wildcards. They are extending these jams very, very long. Just past the midway point of the second half of this second chance semifinal. Winner, an opportunity to play in the champs. Wretched Gretchen back out there, number 1532 against number 9, Misery Business in the green for the Wildcards.
Rugby-style scrum start, fairly common, especially at this tournament this weekend. Misery Business pinballed around, finds her way out through her own front wall. Perhaps not intentionally. It looked like she was sort of ejected from the pack.
That can happen with these scrum starts sometimes. Wretched Gretchen battles her way through, takes a couple hits. And nice job by the G-Stars now to set the pace quickly. But again, Wildcards seem very content to allow this to go on. It is their clock to play right now. Misery Business does not seem in any hurry to call this jam off. Just going to pick up a couple points now. Moves her way around. One to be nice little juke around Leeway Reckham. Picks up all the points, calls it off. Nice move.
Misery Business, having jammed half the game or more, still able to put in a bit of fancy footwork there, Derby Nerd. Count me among the impressed.
Yeah, this is, of course, the second game of the day for the Wildcards, and yeah, she does still look very energetic. 2 games yesterday, 1 game today, potentially 1 more if they can hold on to this lead right now.
And we have another seemingly tireless skater on the track, Nasty Nads, along with Paper Jam. Getting into it early. Nasty Nads rebuffed by the defense of the G-Stars, and Paper Jam out in front.
Nice moves, though, by Nasty Nads. A little bit of a pirouette to get around the wall. Stays in bounds. She's making up a lot of track, but Paper Jam very quickly approaching on a scoring pass.
Multiple penalties here to the Nord Wildcards. Geohazard will take a seat, as well as Pinky into Pain.
Big 4-point pickup for the G-Stars and Paper Jam. They've been held to only 2 points now over the series of about 10 jams. So if they want to get back in this one, they're going to have to make their move soon.
12 minutes remain. G-Stars 63, Nord Wildcards 138. Lowrider and Jill Farrell, we've seen this combination several times over the course of the contest. Here they go again.
Only 6 points over the last 11 jams for the G-Stars, being held here midway through the second half. Lead jammer for the G-Stars, though, second straight for the GTA Roller Girls. But look, Lowrider right on her tail, and she is making up a lot of track with each stride.
Leeway Reckham heads to the penalty area. Jill Farrell in danger of being overtaken. Not much gas in the tank for these G-Star skaters.
G-Star skaters have also had a very busy weekend. This is their second game of the day. They played 2 yesterday as well. Had a tough one early at 9 a.m. first thing this morning, that 490-37 loss to the Misfit Militia.
That could be, in fact, somewhat demoralizing, the difference on the scoreboard, and I'm sure they felt it physically also. The Misfit Militia, certainly a dominant team.
Yes, and they brought in some heavy hitters for this tournament, and they look impressive early on.
Paper Jam looking impressive, however, in lead for the G-Stars, trying to close that deficit on the scoreboard.
I think Paper Jam just has, she's got that outside lane all to herself, and it looks like Misery Business heading to the penalty box, full box for the Wildcards. 5 points already for Paper Jam.
This could be the best opportunity yet. More skaters heading to the penalty area. Tons of room to skate with a single defender.
I guess there's not too much you can do out there when you're all alone.
Chantilly Mace was trying to make herself look larger by doing a dance in front of Paper Jam.
But Pinky and DePayne back on the track. Along with Geohazard, Pinky and DePayne has been a defensive monster now for, a forearm major being called on Paper Jam. That will negate the Power Jam. Wow, potential opportunity wasted.
And like a busy French restaurant, the tables are being turned. Paper Jam taking a seat. And we will do-si-do. One jammer leaves, another one enters. Misery Business back on the track.
Holly de Havilland doing a nice job of making sure that Misery Business has to come back in the track way behind the pack, but a nice little move to the outside. Holly de Havilland left just enough for Misery Business to slip through. And nice passive offense here. Let's see if, and again they sweep at what seemed to be the right time. Nonetheless, they're able to split them up, and a nice little move from Misery Business. Juki Jammer cutting to the inside, taking 5 points from the Stars.
She approaches another standstill pack. A sweep formation happening again. And she has to fight her way to the front, however. With muscle past Leeway Reckham. Dominant performance by Misery Business as the jam comes to a close.
And this could just be a matter of running out of steam for the G-Stars. They are down now 153-73, 9 minutes remaining in the second half.
Now, Derby Nerd, the penalty benches were in danger of cooling off for a few minutes there, but now both teams running into penalty trouble. One apiece sitting there at the moment, maybe more to come.
Yeah, we actually had a couple 5-on-5 jams there. Amazing. All right, back on the track.
Chaos taking a turn on the jammer line for the Nord Wildcards, switching things up a bit, fresh legs perhaps, and she's got a bit of spring in her step as she picks up lead.
Well, again, I don't want to speak too quickly or look too far ahead, but if the Wildcards were to go through to the next round and the final of this Rdac 2013 Eastern Championships, they will need to make sure they have fresh legs for that game. So a nice job to rotate their jammers a bit, give some blockers an opportunity, give their jammers an opportunity to rest.
2-point pickup there for Chaos, number 24 for the Nord Wildcards. There she is heading back to the bench. And one of the more usual suspects taken to the jammer line now, number 99, Lowride Her. She faces Holly de Havilland.
4 3-pack advantages for the G-Stars.
A little love on the bench there for Chaos. Her teammates obviously pleased with her performance.
Jammers release. Holly de Havilland started outside, tried to slip her way in. She is through. She is your lead jammer, but right on her tail. Lowride Her, number 99. Paper Jam trying to reset. But Paper Jam, she didn't quite go all the way to the back of the pack, which is what she had to do. Stopped up just a little too early and still took that procedure penalty. That's a tough one. Lowrider has somehow pulled ahead, and that's going to force the call off. Lowrider wanted a point. She's not going to get it.
Jammer math. It is different.
It is. Well, referee calling a penalty. I'm not sure who it's on from the G-Stars.
Yeah, some traffic over at the G-Star bench, some discussion.
Looks like it's going to be a 4-2 pack advantage, so 2 blockers in the track. Wretched Gretchen falling right away, and Misery Business, who's been juking and jiving her way all around the track this afternoon, is your lead jammer. Nice defense from the wild card blockers.
Penalty on the play. Bizarre will sit for the wild cards. And Misery Business tidily cutting away through that 2-pack, calls off the jam. 4-point pickup there for the Nord wild cards. Quickly, the G-Stars trying to get back on the track. They want as many jams as possible. A quick thank you to our friends at Neon Skates, of course, well known for being in Montreal, but they have a brand new brick and mortar location in Ottawa. Be sure to check out their skate shop next time you're in the nation's capital.
Yeah, take the time to say hi to Sister Disaster in Ottawa. Another new jammer out there for the Nord Wildcards. And it looks like she is going to have a power jam opportunity as Holly de Havilland heading to the box on a high block penalty.
Holly de Havilland, of course, long of limb and vulnerable to those high block calls.
And permanent wave in her first jam of the game. We're going to be testing her endurance on this power jam. Goes in hot. And she gets called for the back block on Dixie Wrecked. Again, putting those blockers in, they can enter those walls a little hot, take them out, get a penalty. Power jam negated.
Dixie Wrecked and Ginger Fightis forming a solid 2-wall at the front of the pack, now reforming with their teammates as they expect the re-entry of Holly de Havilland. There she is at the back of the pack.
Nasty Nats tried to hold off, but runs into a stalled wall, falls, allowing de Havilland through. First pass, though, no points, no lead. Holly de Havilland, she comes in hot to that wall, and she is going right back to the penalty box. Jammers trading.
Enthusiastic jammer entry into the pack, but that is resulting in these back-blocking penalties, and now a track cut. And we square dance once again. Holly de Havilland with a laugh, jumping back on the track after she served what seemed to be about a 6-second penalty.
And permanent wave will have to, I believe, sit a full minute. No, never mind. She's back on the track. And she's being dragged back by Paper Jam. Nice defense from the G-Stars pivot. Oh, and a nice move by Holly de Havilland to the outside. Around Pinky into Payne, who has been a defensive stalwart for the Wildcards. We've got a skater down. No call being made.
And a final 5-point pickup there for Holly de Havilland. 3.5 minutes remain. Toronto's G-Stars, 73 points on the board. The Nord Wildcards from various points north, 159.
And Ginger Fight is heading to the penalty box. She seems to be all right. She was down there briefly on the track, able to get herself back up, get to the penalty box. 3-3 packs on this power start. Leeway Reckham out there to jam the power jam as the G-Stars try one last push. She is through quickly, lead jammer.
G-Stars dragging their feet there very effectively, stretched out that pack to allow Leeway Reckham to get outside the zone of engagement, and just as quickly she has teleported her way around the track and is back up against that wall.
Oh, and takes a big hit, but gets back up. Leeway Reckham is a fairly diminutive skater, but she can take a big hit and get back up.
Brave enough to wear spectacles while being not particularly tall.
No.
And vulnerable to blows to the face. Oh, falls once again, but wow, made of rubber, bounces back up again.
Fearless jamming right now from Leeway Reckham as she tries to carry her team back into it. Just getting word that there were 5 jammer penalties in that last jam if you were keeping track at home.
Our colleague on the floor, High Death, providing a little commentary of his own there. He is just as amazed as all of you may be.
Leeway Reckham has just been putting the points on the board. So far, she is up to 20 points on this jam.
98 on the board. Will the G-Stars reach triple digits?
Permanent wave back on the track, immediately back in the penalty box. Wow.
Who'd have thunk it, Derby Nerd?
Get back to your computers. Tune in to Canuck Derby TV. We may have ourselves a game here.
If you are checking on the nachos, you should get them out of the oven and get in front of your screen as the G-Stars are back in contention.
And there it is, another pass, 6th scoring pass for Lee Wei Reckham. 30 points on this jam. And suddenly, the G-Stars, who seemed out of it for most of this half, are within 51 points. And she's got at least one more pass in her.
Just over a minute remains, however. We'll see if judicious use of timeouts can extend that with another grand slam for Lee Wei Reckham.
And that will do it for the 2-minute jam. 35 points on the board for Lee Wei Reckham. Amazing jam.
Astonishing performance. And a call for a timeout from the G-Stars. Unsurprisingly, they want to put as much time back on the clock as they can by way of grabbing that timeout.
That's right. Nice call there by Michael Bublé. What a skate for Lee Wei Reckham, and that's what you need from your veteran leaders on the team in the clutch situation. Put them out, hope for the best, and the best deliver. 35-point power jam. Unbelievable. Once again, you are watching the Rdac 2013 Eastern Championships here on Canuck Derby TV. We are broadcasting live from Windsor, Ontario.
We are in the Windsor Family Credit Union Center.
A beautiful center, home of the Windsor Spitfires. Hey, that's Flaming Hips from Kingston, I believe. It was a little blurry. So you're seeing now some viewing pics.
CanuckDerbyTV@gmail.com is the place to send your viewing pics. You're seeing some of those now. You can join in the fun. Do you have a viewing party going on in your home? Take a pic, send it in to us.
Nasty Nads, we know that her daughter's watching from Northern Ontario, so we'd like to say hi to Nasty Nads.
Is that Mini Nads?
Mini Nads?
Nads Jr.? Not sure.
Not quite as Nasty Nads. Paper Jam will start off on this power start. And once again, if you've been watching this game, the G-Stars looked gone and out of this one, but suddenly an explosive power jam by Lee Wei Reckham has them back in it, and it's now lead jam, power jam continuing. Under a minute left. I believe we're going to have to go to the jam clock. I don't think they'll have time to call it off and get another jam in. Nice defense right now, and it's a forward pack. Newfie Bullet kind of trapped in front of the opposing blockers, allowing them to stay in play and keep blocking. And Nasty Nads with some amazing defense right now.
Backwards skating by Nasty Nads, face to face with Paper Jam and keeping it legal. She upheld her progress as long as possible. That's a grand slam for Paper Jam, but they're running out of time.
10 seconds left in the game clock, about a minute left in the jam clock. Paper Jam finally getting hit to the outside. Oh, and I believe Paper Jam did not see it. Pinky into pain. A beautiful jump back to force the call off, and that may have been the death blow for the G-Stars.
Official time has expired.
No lead jammer, so we're going to go to the full 2.
159 to 118, currently in favor of the Nord Wildcards. We've seen a 35-point jam from the G-Stars. We will not get another as their jammer in the box.
Big hit there from Holly de Havilland. She is leaving it all on the track here in this game, and the G-Stars, if they do not win, will finish third nonetheless. An improvement on their performance from last year's Rdac Eastern Tournament.
Absolutely, the needs of honor being served in this contest.
Oh, and Nasty Nads trying to keep on her feet.
She tried to spin around Wretched Gretchen and blew a tire heading to the outside of the track.
Nads is just going to slow it up. Nice little offensive pick there, set from Pinky into Payne. 2-2, and that's going to do it. Time is out. Unofficial final right now, 166 to 120. If you're watching it from Northern Ontario, you may want to tune in at 4 p.m. for the championship game. Unbelievable performance from the Wildcards.
And the Wildcards will be facing the Misfit Militia. Later on today in that championship game, some rare and beautiful things occurring in this tournament. We just saw a 35-point jam from Leeway Reckham. We have also seen an entire bout played by the G-Stars without an official review being called by Coach Michael Bublé.
That's yes. We are going to throw to the floor very briefly for the third place presentation to the G-Stars. We're also going to give the G-Stars their MVPs. Just to give you a little bit of a reminder, for the Sister Slag, the MVPs were Smashley, she was the MVP jammer. Mel Behaved was the MVP blocker. The Durham Devils, Legsy Megsy was your MVP jammer, and Cutesy Bootsy was your MVP blocker. For the hometown Border City Brawlers, Payne Air was your MVP jammer, and Holly Hawks was your MVP blocker. And, of course, the Sportswomanship Award, presented by Anime to Skateboards, went to the Sister Slag from Nickel City.
We are going to go to a quick break. Back soon.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Hi, I'm ZZ Slop from Rdac Windsor, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
Welcome back to the Windsor Family Credit Union Centre here in Windsor, Ontario in the 2013 Rdac Eastern Championships. We're about to send it down now to Victor 1 for the presentation of the third place trophy and the third place MVPs. Victor 1, down to you.
Announcer for the Border City Brawlers, Victor 1.
Hello there, Windsor. My name is Victor 1, and it is my great pleasure to award the trophy for third place of the Roller Derby Association of Canada's Eastern Regional Tournament here in Windsor, Ontario, the first ever roller derby tournament held in Windsor. Congratulations to the G-Stars, Greater GTA Roller Girls, G-Stars. They fought hard all the way through the tournament, right to the second last bout. They brought a great mascot with them that helped them get this far. And we have two more awards for you all. MVP blocker going to Leeway Reckham. Congratulations, Leeway. And MVP jammer, Wretchen Gretchen. Congratulations, G-Stars. It did fantastic. We were very, very proud to have you here in Windsor and coming to see our tournament at the Windsor Family Credit Union Center. Hopefully the first of many held here in Windsor, hosted by the Border City Brawlers. Congratulations once again. But stay
Welcome
tuned,
back.
we do have one more bout
Victor
coming
One
up.
Presenting the MVPs and the third place trophy to the GTA Roller Girls G-Stars. Congratulations to them again. They finished fourth last year, moving up slowly up that ladder, third place this year. Who knows what the future will bring.
As you can see there, they're the happy group of ladies in yellow. We're the guys in the truck. You're watching Canuck Derby TV. And we had some individual awards presented to the skaters of the G-Stars also.
Wretched Gretchen picking up the Jamver MVP, and Leeway Reckham picking up the Blocker MVP. She also, of course, had that massive jam, so Leeway Reckham doing it all.
I think you have to feel pretty good about the direction of your organization when your MVP blocker has a 35-point jam.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, of course, now, coming up, that means we are down to 2 teams remaining. The Nord Wildcards have advanced through in the second chance semifinal to take on the absolutely dominant Misfit Militia out of Misfit Militia Roller Derby from Alliston, Ontario. They were the 4th place finishers last year. So impressive performance.
There they are on the track wearing the camouflage, taking a bit of a skate as a preliminary.
So, once again, that is coming up in about 35 minutes. Get your cold beverages, get your nachos, get your chips and dip ready. Be sitting back in front of your computer for the 2013 Roller Derby Association of Canada Eastern Canadian Championship. All coming to you live on Canuck Derby TV. Lightning Slim and the Derby Nerd, we will be back to call that game for you. So once again, get ready. 35 minutes away, just about. And we'll be back for the championship game on Canuck Derby TV.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Yeah, I did.
you? What if it was you? What if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? As I'm walking down this road, blinded by the lights, people I've never met, stories I've never heard. Well, I guess that I should have known not to leave my heart at your door. What if it was you? What if it was you? Oh yeah, what if it was you? What if it was you, was you, was you, was you? Would you want me to save you? Bow down and take me by the hand. Would you want me to love you? I don't know if I can. What if it was you? 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 Oh yeah, 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 what if it was you? What if it was you? Was you, was you, was you?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Well, we are just sitting here waiting for some information. And what's? Wait a minute. Something's happening with the camera. What's
Appears to be
going on?
Some sort of earthquake.
Some sort of event is happening here. The camera is shaking.
Somebody's really
We're not
excited.
sure what's going on here. Wait,
What?
there's something going on back at the broadcast desk.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness! What? There
What did
seems
they
to be
do?
an altercation
What?
between AJ and between Johnny Capote. The doctor is. What's he doing?
There's so much
oh my
wire.
goodness!
Where's that wire coming from?
There's
That doesn't look
wire.
good.
He's just,
no.
Oh, he's pulled a mitt full of wire out of the. It's. Oh no! What is
look
he
at that
doing?
unsteady
And
footage
AJ
now.
is. AJ is ticked. AJ. He's
Oh, no!
giving him the gears. Oh my God! He's giving Johnny the
gosh.
gears. I can't believe that. That is. Oh my
Oh,
goodness!
no.
Oh, the humanity. Oh. He's giving, and now he's up. But Johnny's
he's trying
not
to make
taking,
it up to him.
Johnny's not taking any of his crap. Johnny is not taking any of his crap in this case. It's not going to happen.
Holy crap! I can't even believe that.
Holy crap! I can't believe that happened either. Wow.
Oh, they're taping it down.
Yeah,
they're taping it in place. It's okay.
I
It's
think
set
they-
now.
I think they may have things settled down
That
now.
was close. We fixed it, guys.
Wow.
Luckily, that was
Okay.
during an official
Oh,
review.
we got a thumbs up. I guess
so it's safe.
they've kissed and made up.
Good.
That's right. We don't need to see the kissing, though. Definitely do not need to see the kissing. Well, we are still in a timeout situation. The score is sitting here at Shipyard Sirens 159 to Lumber Smacks 132.
Okay, I'm Dr. Johnny Caputt, and I'm here with Harry Delisle, and who served in the Army and is originally from Windsor. Harry, tell me that story you just told me in the bar.
Yeah, I told you that story about the young lad that wanted to go to the movie. He had a chicken with him. He said, "You can't come here with a chicken." She says, "Why not? I'm paying for his ticket. He likes to watch movies. He can't come in here with a chicken." So he goes around the corner and he puts the chicken down his pants. Gets behind a heavy-set woman. He gets in, no problem. Sits down alongside these two young ladies and zips his trousers so the chick can get his neck out to watch the movie. And Betty says, Pearl, this guy just unzipped his trousers. You ought to see what? She said, Pearl, for God's sakes, when you've seen one, you've seen them all. She says, that's what I thought, but this was eating my popcorn. I'm Harry Delisle, born and raised in River Canard, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
Saturday morning, 1:45. A movie that reminded me of you. It would be 99 minutes at least until my heart rate slowed. I got some sleep, but those buxom girls on the silver screen became you. My dreams, I was happy to see Jane Russell go, and your entrance simply stole the show. It's no secret that you are a showgirl at heart, and mine was taken the moment you began to play your part. If I wake up without you with your song in my head, will I still smell your scent all over my bed? Will you be just in the wings or chauffeured away? Are you just getting your things, or never with attention in some backstage alleyway? You gracefully enchanted with those incendiary eyes. To my feet and led your standing ovation. If I wake up without you with your song in my head, with your body a spotlight, still heat in my bed, will your voice be an echo, warm in my ear? Will you be off at some gala on your way here? Will you be shunning indoors to find your way back, or drinking it all to feeling something you like? Will you be buried on Broadway or here on the Rocky Bay? If I can attract some spotlight, maybe you'll promise to stay. Can I take your coat off, maybe get you a drink? Is my attention's fleeting as Sunday you think? Well, if I seem like a doormat, well, you can just wipe your feet. I know that you're busy and have the people meet. go back to sleep. Maybe I'll get you on stage in my dreams. Television still on, showed some syndicated faces, smiles drawn on, mine was true, still applauding you.
He's a pro.
Battre des records. Tu vins wondering what those little dash lines are all around the track, those are the quick ones.
Vaughn gets through, gets some points, taps her hips to call up the jam.
Evil Jammer is named as lead jammer. First one through the pack without incurring any penalties is the lead jammer.